let's go ahead and get the program started. And this is the first time that we are doing this kind of simulcasting, and it kind of morphed from just one site in Piketon, and then after we talked, and then we got excited about the simulcasting, and as you can tell, the computer and technology, and thank God, Josh is here, and we're still kind of figuring out how this works, and hopefully it will. And so far, I guess so far so good. And my name is Gary Gall. I'm a professor and also a small fruit specialist with OSU South Centers. And so I do a little bit of research at Piketon and also a lot of extension outreach throughout the state. So we're very excited that you all choose. I'm talking to our Piketon folks. Choose the Piketon location, and maybe we'll give each site an opportunity to introduce yourself. And I see Frank Becker in Worcester. Do you want to say a little bit about yourself and your site?
Yeah, I can very briefly. For those online in the room, my name is Frank Becker, County Extension Educator here in Wayne County. In Wayne County, we have an on-farm integrated pest management program, and I work with a lot of folks with high tunnels and fruit and vegetable crops. So just really excited to bring this program locally as well as statewide and outside of the state into some neighboring states as well. So glad to be here.
Okay, how many folks do you have in the audience?
We got about 15 and a few more yet to sign in. So.
Yeah, our people, we're still kind of waiting for a couple of late stragglers. Hey, thanks a lot, Frank. How about you, Presley? Kind of moving around the state.
Yep, I'm Presley, Seneca County Agriculture Natural Resources Educator, and we have about 8 people.
Okay, that's really good, Presley. Thank you. How about Dean Krieger and also / Clifton Martin? Maybe give a little introduction of yourself.
Yeah, good morning. We're out here in Newark, Ohio, and I'm Clifton Martin speaking right now. Dean Krieger is actually doing double duty. He is at the Beef Expo, but will be joining us at noon. We've got about 17 people in the room here, 1 or 2 more to sign in yet. So happy to be here.
All right. Hey, thanks a lot, Clifton. Let's see, going to the Michigan side, we're kind of doing a little circle. How about you, Chris?
Hey, Gary. Yeah, so Chris Galbraith here, vegetable educator for Southeast Michigan at the Ann Arbor location. We have about 12 people, and we're eager and ready to learn.
All right. Hey, thanks a lot, Chris. And how about our Indiana side sites? Maybe Mark Evans? Mark once, twice. Maybe we'll go to Jonathan Ferris. And do you want to say a couple words about yourself and your site?
Sure. Hi, Gary. Good morning. This is Jonathan Ferris. I'm the County Extension Director and Agriculture and Natural Resources Educator here in Wayne County, Indiana. We have 12 enthusiastic folks here from Indiana and Ohio, so we're looking forward to it.
Okay. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Jonathan. This is good. You got folks from both states.
Hey Gary, this is Jeff Burbrink. I am an educator in LaGrange County, Indiana. Mark's out of the room right at the moment here, but we've got about 9 people here, and looking forward to the program today.
Okay, yeah, this is good. Hey, thanks a lot. Did I miss anybody? Maybe we'll introduce some of our speakers, and let's see. Ryan Slaughter's in the back, I don't know whether Al can pick him up,
We'll see.
yeah, do you want to say a couple words, Ryan?
Yep. Well, I'm Ryan Slaughter. I formerly worked here with Gary for the last 10 years. But last year took a position in Ross County. That's my home county as an extension educator there. So not everybody's everywhere today. So kind of cool.
Yeah, when Ryan is standing right next to me, I kind of thought I was seeing things. We used to do this here all the time. Let's see, so our techie people there, we need to probably grab, Josh, and just in case we need to switch screens. Well, actually, we probably need him now because, our sponsor, his name is Josh too. We'll let him go first. Yeah, we will actually, we'll have Josh Lewis, not Josh Lewis, the other Josh, that's you, the other Josh, to share screen. So he will have about 5 minutes.
Yeah. Hey, Gary. Can you guys hear us okay? I'm here with Nathan from also from Tilth.
Okay, so do you have a PowerPoint or you would just talk?
We're just gonna chat.
Okay. Well, first of all, many thanks to Josh and Nathan for their sponsorship and all. They also sent us 8 bags of this per site, and then this seed. It's a seed starter mix and all that. Really good stuff. So we're going to draw door prizes. So you can talk about your company and talk about your products and go ahead.
So we're Tilth Soil, and Tilth Soil makes potting soil and compost for growers, backyard gardeners, vegetable growers, and beyond. And we're part of Rust Belt Riders Composting from Cleveland, Ohio, where we started picking up food scraps by bicycle 10 years ago. And we've grown quite a lot. And now we send semi-loads of potting soil to vegetable growers throughout the Southern Great Lakes.
Yeah. So we do about 4,000 tons of food scrap composting a year, and part of that work is about trying to make, I guess, stronger, healthier, and more delicious food systems, and also to keep organic waste out of landfills. And if we want to be able to do those two things, then we are going to need to figure out a way to help farmers succeed in food systems around, kind of the Southern Great Lakes and Midwest zone. So we're excited about today because high tunnels are they're a tool for farmers that sort of soften the challenge a bit. They take the edge off. There's still a lot to learn and a lot to figure out. And we sort of see living soil playing a similar role. Potting mix, high quality compost. These are things that should help the farmer, should help the grower to succeed.
Yeah, so we make a compost-based mix. So our potting soil that you've got samples of in the room with you, and I hope you take home and try, have compost in them, and that we very carefully manage the compost. It's compost that's allowed and certified organic, but you don't have to be certified organic to use it, obviously. But we're really inspired by some of the great legacy of work from Ohio State compost research from Harry Hoytink, Harold Keener, Fred Michel, talking about a lot of the benefits that can be seen including compost in a potting mix, because plants are biological organisms. Plants are expecting to meet microbes in their environment that can digest mineral nutrients for them, because plants don't have mouths. Plants don't have teeth, but microbes do that work for them, and the microbial manure produces the nutrients in the plant available form. And we want to make sure that you have strong, resilient plants that can kind of take care of themselves to reduce the burden on you, the grower, so you can think about other things.
Yeah. So the living soil is really a tool, and the question is, do you want plants that you have to take care of, or would you rather have plants that have agency and can take care of themselves to some extent? So we're trying to help growers get better germination, get stronger starts, and really vigorous transplants. And so if you can do that, then you get the plant is off to the races.
You do that by supporting the biology through the chemistry and physics of the mix. So the biology is there from the compost, and the plant's going to interact with that biology, but we've got to support the microbes that support the plant, and we support the microbes that support the plant by including organic nutrient amendments and having a physical structure that's really conducive to both holding water and providing enough airflow throughout the mix. You're kind of getting in the Goldilocks zone of biology, chemistry, and physics for your plants. And we kind of see a really strong potting soil seed starting mix as being just like a high tunnel, so that in that it's a tool that you can use to make your life as growers a little easier.
Yeah, and I think so. The grower's job is to try to grow, try to be as productive, as profitable as possible, and I guess our job is to help you succeed. If you all aren't, if you're not loving the mix, you're not able to succeed with it, then something is wrong. So our job is to make it available to all of you, in a way that's affordable, is accessible, and also to support growers beyond just selling the product. So there's a lot of great content today focused on a bunch of aspects of growing in high tunnels. But if any of you guys have questions, or folks out there have questions about propagation, starting,
or even on-farm composting.
Yeah, we're here. So reach out anytime. We're at tiltsoil.com. We can pass along our contact info. But yeah, we're kind of excited to ride along. We won't be on site today, but really excited to kind of ride along on the content. And yeah,
appreciate the opportunity to sponsor this great event.
Yeah, this is going to be awesome. So we're excited for all you, and yeah, reach out if you need anything and let us know how the samples work. And if you're not one of the folks who walks away with a sample, go on our website and we can go onto the farmer section. We'll figure out how to get you a test bag if you're interested in trying it out. Yeah.
Happy Friday.
Yeah, happy growing.
Yeah, well, Josh and Nathan, really appreciate your sponsorship, and I have a feeling most of them will probably get a bag, and if not, maybe like you said, maybe reach out to you guys, maybe we can work something out.
No doubt, yeah, sure, for sure.
Yeah. Hey, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it, and this is fantastic.
Alrighty. Oh,
okay.
I see.
So Mark Evans said, could you post your website in chat?
Yep, for sure.
You can just read it out loud too for recording purpose.
Oh, sure. Yeah, it's TILTH, tilth, like the soil, like texture of soil. So it's tilthsoil.com. And if you go on there, you can go to the farmer section's light, but you can get a sample. You can check out farmer pricing, and then I'll also work on getting you all a link to. We have like a little calendar scheduler. So if folks ever wanted to have questions or want to talk about composting, living soil, propagation, those blocks are available. We're there we set time aside as you need it to just help growers succeed. So yeah, we'll drop that in the chat.
Okay, hey, thanks again. I love the packaging, just so.
Yeah, for sure. If you love the packaging, Gary, you're gonna love what's inside. We're trying to put biology to work for all of you.
Okay, we actually have a question from the audience. Go ahead.
Do you allow visitations to your site?
So visit the company?
Yes.
Oh, so do you allow the tours?
So it's kind of a funny, yes, but we have multiple sites at the moment. We're a little spread out geographically. So we are downtown Cleveland right now, but we also have some composting happening in North Canton, and we have some production happening in Lorain. So we are working on getting a centralized site in the heart of the city, and as we get that site in place, we'll kind of be opening that up and trying to
better place for visits.
Yeah, because right now it's a pretty large commitment to go on a road show to sort of see it all. But yeah, I think but yeah, stay tuned for kind of like the grand opening here that'll be in downtown Cleveland, and we'll be welcoming. It'll be like kind of like a brewery tour. Come see compost being brewed, and yeah, it'll be fun. But more to come on that. And then I think somebody else had a question. Maybe I saw a hand throw up.
Yeah, Andrew has a question.
You're up in Cleveland. We're down here in Piketon, in Adams County, do you do bulk? I mean, like, how can we get like some bulk compost or mix and stuff like that?
Yes.
Kind of drive, I guess.
Yeah. So we can send like a semi dump, like 35 yards or more, depending on what you're looking for. Up to 35 yards in a pretty simple truck. It's like reach out, usually like a week lead timed, and we can go to Fort Wayne, northern Indiana, northern Illinois, Indiana, Michigan, Ohio, Kentucky, western PA. That's all very accessible for bulk living compost, and then also super sacks or loose material or propagation mix. If you're looking for a smaller volume, you could also look at the Yoder's network. Clear Spring Produce and Goshen is part of Yoder's. And then in Ann Arbor, we're working on that. I think Chelsea Farm Supply is a place we're looking at. So yeah, but we could do direct to farmers anywhere, no problem. We send semis out, regionally, every week.
This is Richmond, Indiana. I have a question. What's the main components of the compost?
So the compost is made from mostly fruit and vegetable scraps are the higher nitrogen component, along with some brewery grain, and then leaves and wood chips.
So if you can imagine it, what's in a grocery store, if around the outside, you got your produce, you got your seafood, you got your meat, your dairy, bones, all of that is basically going in, for better or worse, it can't all be eaten. And so we are able to capture that from, as Nathan said, grocery stores and institutions. And so that is effectively, the plants did all the work pulling those nutrients out of the air and soil, and we're bringing those back. So it's basically the whole grocery store outer ring is represented.
Okay,
So
thank you.
yeah, and then I'd say like that's the so not super high in your NPK. Like this is not like a chicken manure type experience. This is really high in trace minerals, lots of organic matter. So your magnesium, calcium, zinc, and yeah, that, and then the potting mix itself also has that same compost, that same biology kind of foundation at the heart of it. Cool.
Okay. Yeah, that's fantastic. Yeah, appreciate it, Josh and Nathan. Nice meeting you through the screen.
Yeah, great meeting you all as well virtually. Hope to see you soon in real life. As we'll get out into the fields as the season picks up. So Indiana, Ann Arbor, and and across Ohio, we'll be on the road.
Okay. All right. Well,
Alrighty.
this Thursday thing is going to work out well for you. Thank you. Yeah, thanks again. Okay, so we're gonna like all things, kind of always behind the schedule quite a bit, and I'll go ahead and get my session started and maybe kind of deliver like an abbreviated version. So I'm going to talk about long cane raspberry production, and the long cane as an innovative system that was developed in Europe, more specifically Spain, Norway, and all that, and it eventually came to North America, in Canada and United States. And so initially, I thought it was kind of a huge pie in the sky, something that nobody would may or may not want to pick up. But so once I got into this research, and I found out very quickly, boy, this is not just some research project. There were quite a few researchers, quite a few growers. One farm I visited in Canada, my partner in crime, Ryan Slaughter, is standing right here. So we'll do this as a pack team. So long cane production. So what you do is you could purchase plants that are about 6 foot tall, and then just grow them for fruits during the first year. So the nurseries kind of do all the work, and then you just kind of push them out. So why do we want to do this? And so a lot of our sites, if you don't have very good soil drainage, perfect soil drainage, and raspberries are very difficult to grow. And then you have excessive rain, which we always do, and the fruit quality will not be as good. So if you protect them, you will get bigger fruits and sweeter fruits, and just all a much bigger percentage of marketable fruits. And there are also weeds and diseases and all that. And then another thing that would hurt our raspberry plants is fluctuating temperatures in spring. So raspberries are known to be very, very cold hardy, but if you have temperatures that go up and down, and then the floricanes could still be damaged when you have a warm spell, and then you have when you have a warm spell followed by a cold spell. So the floricanes will be killed, will be damaged, and flowers are dead. So, and then labor shortage and with a long cane production system, it's much easier to harvest those fruits because you can do it under protection, so it's not dependent on not that dependent on weather, and also they're much more well, you have more of them. So this is so when I started the project, and I wish I had known about these folks kind of before I wrote the grant application, and so I found out that there are a lot of growers that are already doing this commercially. So I went to Canada. This is Onésime Pluet near in the Isle of Orleans near Quebec City, Canada. And they grow about 12, 15 acres of these long cane raspberry plants. And then also found out there are quite a few growers in that area that are doing this. And afterwards, I also found out there are a few growers in North Carolina that are growing raspberries using this system, long cane system. And because they can, well, because it's too warm in North Carolina, so they grow raspberries using this system. And then just amazing when they grow these, and this is what they look like, just walls of leaves and walls of fruits. And then you can potentially produce about 22,000 to 25,000 pounds of fruits per acre. And that's the good news. The bad news is there was a very steep learning curve. So this is our, we have done this for three years, and then 2025 will be our fourth year. So we're still learning and then still kind of working on this system. Ryan, do you want to say a couple words about the umbrella construction?
Sure. So this kind of looks a little bit different than your typical high tunnel, what you're used to. This is more of an open frame high tunnel. So the structure itself is not supported by end walls as you're used to with high tunnels. It's supported by what are essentially basically just trellis posts in the middle. So you have your plant structures there, those middle posts, they're supported by wires that are attached to those posts all the way down the system. And then the hoops themselves are on top of those. So if you think about a traditional high tunnel system that the bow basically goes all the way around to the ground, this system's supported more in the middle. It's a little bit different. It's cheaper to put up, but it's also a 3-season structure. So in a situation like here in Ohio or Michigan, probably Indiana too, this can't take a snow load. So you can't keep the skin on it all year round. It has to be de-skinned in the fall and then put back on in the spring before you put the plants in.
So this, we call this umbrellas, and so this is just a less expensive version of a high tunnel. But the growers in Canada, they do prorate over 20 years, and so it's with the yields that they are getting, it is a profitable venture for them. So we're still getting there. So tremendous yield and tremendous production, and then just the fruit quality. If you were to grow raspberries in the open field, and because I take a lot of pictures, always look for the best picture, and boy, it's hard to find very hard to find the perfect pictures. With this system, I would say 95% to 99% of the fruits are just perfect quality showberries. Just fantastic. And then it's just like they're all there, so easy to harvest, easy to harvest if you're like 6 foot tall, 6'5", and then if somebody is like maybe 5 feet tall, this is 5 to 5.5 feet tall. That's they still have to get on the step ladder to harvest the fruits. And then with this, you do have to use fertigation. And initially, it was very daunting for us to say, oh boy, just fertigation all the way, all the nutrients. And so the first year it was a trial and error, and the second year, and Ryan and I, Huey, Dewey minus Louie show, and we kind of figured out how to do this. And then my trip to Canada and tasted some nice varieties. And then out of all varieties, Tulamine was the best and very productive and very good tasting. So that's what we had. And there are many other varieties, but so far Tulamine, we just love it. The only drawback with Tulamine is the fruits are a little bit on the softer side, but the taste is fantastic, very sweet and very low acidity. And so these pictures came from the farm in Canada. And so kind of going through what we did in 2022, it was a baptism by fire, and we that was just one trial. We learned a lot of things and what to do and what not to do. And so the growth was pretty good in 2022, but we can tell that this is not what they have in Canada. So I always tell Ryan, oh, we're not there yet, and so still working on it. So July 22, you can tell just from the leaf color, they were kind of on the light yellow side, and kind of greenish, just light green. So that indicates that nitrogen was not, there wasn't enough nitrogen.
Hey, Gary, we had a question here. Are those plants replaced every year? Is that what we heard?
Yes. So growers would purchase the plants every year, and then they grow them for fruit production. And then depending on how frugal you are, the frugal growers will cut them back and try to train 2 more canes out of it to use the same plants for next year. And then other folks could plant them in the field, but that's a lot of plants. Eventually, you will run out of space. So the commercial growers in Canada, they just compost them, and they don't reuse the same plants every year. But that's a very good question. Yeah, very good question. So this is what the plants look like from when they're shipped from Canada. Maybe you could say a couple words.
A little more hair there, but yeah, so that's kind of the ideal size of plant. We did get some plants in that are much shorter than that, but if you're working with a really big nursery, this is the idea that you're getting a cane, and I'm not 6 foot tall, so you can see that that's a little bit taller than me, probably right at 6 foot tall. But that's the idea. And then with those pictures there, you see once those wake up, they just have explosive vegetative growth, and then eventually flower and fruit set. So, but yeah, that's what they come in, those great big crates. So if you're thinking about something like that, you have to have the system to be able to handle these great big crates coming into your operation.
So currently there are several nurseries that you can purchase the plants from. North Farms, and they sell long cane plants. And then our plants last year came from Onésime Ployd from Canada, and that was very far. That was really far. So this year we're getting our plants from Fenwick Berry Farm in Ontario. That's much closer. It's more like 5 hours, to Piketon. So things are looking better. And there are also suppliers on the West Coast in Washington and Oregon. So there's one farm in Eastern Washington. But I would say Ontario and then North Farms in in Massachusetts would be better options. So when the plants are pulled out and they look like this and roots are frozen and are very happy student workers. Some of them wanted to show their face, and others they try to hide their face from me. After once you get the plants, and maybe Brian, do you want to say a couple words about those?
Yeah, so the way that these plants come, they're coming in cooler trucks, or refrigerated trucks to keep those canes dormant because you're coming clear from Canada or Norse Farms. They have that travel time. So depending on your outside temperatures, they have to be maintained dormant because they don't want them to wake up until you get them on site to be able to pot them up. So they come in these 2-liter containers. Once you get them on site, then you pot them up into minimum of a 7-liter container. It could be 7 to 10 liters, but the ideal size is that 7-liter container. So that's what they're working on, kind of teasing those roots out at this point. And then they go into a coconut coir media. It's 70% coconut coir and 30% perlite. You see that white in there with that. It does have to be hydrated. It comes just like your peat moss, your potting media. So that's what you see there. They're being hydrated first. They're potted up into these 7-liter containers and then immediately set out into your high tunnel or umbrella system. And from there, temperature's right, they will start to wake up within a few days.
Yeah, we tried all kinds of things, emitters and drippers, and we found out that drippers are much better options than the sprayer type emitters. And so we it was a very so this is a media. There are others that are out there too, but that's what we used.
I'll make a quick note for the coconut coir. Cocoa coir is a byproduct of the coconut industry, obviously, but it needs to be buffered before it's used because it doesn't have the capacity to hold on to nutrients. But there are products that are pre-buffered. Basically, it's just that they saturate it with a calcium solution that kind of flips the charge of the media so that it has the capacity to hold on to nutrients. There's a lot of products that are not pre-buffered. So it's important to note that if you're going to use a cocoa coir product, if you don't want to do the process yourself, which we didn't want to do,
No.
so buy a pre-buffered coconut coir product. So
yeah, pre-buffered and also pH adjusted. And so we, because Ryan, I know myself, I was not trained as a nursery specialist, and so we went for the easier route. So this is what our plants look like in 2023, and we did use two tanks for stock solutions, one for calcium nitrate, other one is for the complete fertilizer, and the third tank we could have used it for sulfuric acid to reduce our soil to reduce our alkalinity and soil pH. And so in 2025, we're going to try to incorporate acid injection into our system. So for people who are learning about this, you don't have to try this. Well, you don't have to learn the serious chemistry because there is a ready formulation. I think I have a couple of picture. So one tank is calcium nitrate, and the bag on your right hand side, and then we have another one 5-11-26, and that goes into the other tank. So it's you don't have to go out there and do the blending and all that, do all the guesswork. So things looking pretty good in 2023, and we use a netting to support these little fruiting laterals, and otherwise those fruiting laterals fruits get too heavy and then they will snap. So this is our way to protect them, so the fruiting laterals will not break off. So we got quite a bit growth in 2023, and, pretty decent fruits as well. But I also wanted people to know that it's not all, kind of wine and roses. There are some challenges. So this is one picture, and we're still trying to figure out what it is. Whether it's botrytis, whether it's a phytophthora root rot, or there might be other problems with it. So one challenge is flower abortion, and flowers will just never set fruit, and they look like this. And also two-spotted spider mites, and they can hurt us really bad too. They will turn the leaves and kind of modeling and kind of light yellow. So we're gonna try a little misting system this year. Misting will wash the spider mites off the leaves. So that's going to control it, because with miticides, you can spray, and then you might kill the predatory mites, and then you have if you spray insecticides, you will kill the predatory mites, and then you have an explosion of two-spotted spider mite. So anyways, so we're going to use the misting system, maybe try to wash the mites off, because you would see them on lower leaves first, so they will climb up. Okay, so misting system will do a good job, should do a good job controlling two-spotted spider mites. And then with this, it's all with a terminal dieback, another potential cause is the high temperature and also low humidity. So because in our high tunnels, it's very hard to control temperatures and humidity in July. It just gets way too hot. So this year, so what we'll do is, if everything works out according to our plan, we will get our plants on April 1st, April Fool's Day. So get the plants on April 1st, and so we'll pull them out right away. So you will get the cooler weather of April and May versus pulling them out in May, and then you get hit with hot weather in June and July. So it's in Quebec or near Quebec City, they get lots of cloudy days, just thunderstorms and this and that. It's much cooler over there. So this is two-spotted spider mite, and it's quite difficult to control. So hopefully our misting system will do a good job there. So I'm kind of robbing quite a bit Logan's time. Yes.
Will the misting system increase the humidity in the hoop house and then increase the fungal?
So Steve's question is, if you were to do the misting, wouldn't that increase the humidity and then causing disease problems? And that's always a possibility. So hopefully the misting system, you will have them kind of in the middle of the trellis. Maybe the misting will just wash off the mites on the lower leaves, so the fruits are still on top. So we're still trying to figure out what that is. So I'm going to go through my thing very quickly. Pollination, you always need that. Bumblebees, honeybees, and both. You can never have too many bees. And then we also install the trellis and to reduce wind, because if you have wind, too strong wind, the growth will be reduced. So good harvest, and in 2024, we are getting closer and closer to what the Canadian growers have. And so what have we learned so far? Hopefully one more year we'll figure out the 99% and maybe 95%. It is a very hard system to master, but my feeling is if we pull them out earlier, we'll have cooler weather, and because raspberries would rather have the temperatures of 75 to between 75 to 80. Actually, just 75, they will love it. And so pulling them out earlier will help a lot. So fertility program, and you don't have to jot them down. I'll have handouts saved in our folder, and so you will have access to all those nitty gritty. So I'm gonna stop here now. Folks on the other sides, do you guys have questions?
He didn't say when they actually.
Gary, so there's a question here. If you're planting in April, then when is your harvest?
So hopefully June, maybe late June. The harvest season probably lasts about, can they hear us?
Yeah.
Okay, the harvest season hopefully will last about maybe 10 days or so. Maybe late June, early July. So we're still learning about this. Yeah, learning
Gary,
about this. Yeah, we'll find out.
So go ahead and ask your question.
What is the dosatron set at for the, for like the percentage? Yeah.
So the question was, what's the dosatron set as far as the pulse?
Oh, the dosatron, are we talking about what the dial?
Yeah, the dial.
What the dial, yep.
Fertilizer bags.
Is it 100?
Yeah, it kind of gets adjusted through the season, but generally it's 1 to 100. But because you need to measure the EC of the water that's coming through the pot, you can adjust the dialage to match the EC on the backside, but generally it's 1 to 100.
So that's where you start, and then we would also measure the electrical conductivity. And there are specific parameters or readings that we're aiming for, and that's kind of in your handout. But you're also welcome to come to Piketon to talk to us, and also we'll have a counseling session for you and for us too, because it is a difficult system to manage.
Gary, we have a few questions in the chat box. I know you need to move on. Can you answer those questions in the chat box?
Yeah. So we'll okay, good.
So, since like, if you take for granted that you have established a market for your harvest, what is the scale? Like, what scale do you need to be at to have this be profitable?
I see it on this
screen. That's a very good question. So the question is, what scale do you have to be at to make this profitable? We're not actually sure yet. So based on the study by the Canadian grower, so the break-even point for them is 0.8 kilograms of fruit per stick.
Is this the second screen?
So you aim, so anything above that, it's profit. And so the average yield that growers get in Canada, it's about 1.2 kilograms. So they are already there. We are just catching up. But, so I already took a lot of Logan's time. Sorry about that. And so our next speaker is Dr. Logan Mentor. And he's a field specialist with OSU, but he's also based, housed at OSU South Center. So go ahead, Logan. Here's the. Okay, so maybe.
We're time for the next one. Let's see.
So,
I mean, it's.
Yeah, 10, 15.
I got 15 minutes. All right, cool.
Yeah. I want you to go over a little bit.
I won't go over.
Oh, would you?
That's like. There we go. I'll let you. Is it the only one on there? Yeah. It's
this one. If you can, I got you. Share the screen to that. You stand here because of the.
Nope, you can move wherever you want.
I didn't notice that. All right. Thank you, folks. All right, so I'll give kind of a quick abbreviated version. Gary asked me if I'd talk a little about exclusion techniques for insects in tunnels, and this is broadly applicable, not to just high tunnels. We have lots of different ways we can use insect exclusion as part of an IPM program. So I want to mention a little bit about kind of where we're at as far as IPM. When I talk about that, I'm referring to integrated pest management, the idea of using multiple methods to deal with insect pests, not necessarily just pest control as we thought about, for many years. So we talk about IPM, I'll go through this real quick now. We have to think about what's a problem and kind of how, what to deal with it, comparing the normal to something that's abnormal, thinking about what pests attack, if there's patterns in the field and so on. One of the things to think about is if there are too many pests, and at what point do we make a decision to take action? A lot of times we think about taking action with pesticides and things of that nature. However, in many environments, especially in tunnel environments, that's a challenge. Sometimes getting equipment in there and chemistries are limited. So we have to think about other ways to fit together those pieces of management to find out, do they work or not? So I'm just going to skip over that for a second in the interest of time. But really what IPM is a cycle. So we oftentimes want to think about how to evaluate our work and prevent issues from occurring. So today's talk is going to be mostly focused on this idea of prevention to avoid getting to that point where we're going to cause economic loss to our crop that we're after, that economic injury level. So our whole goal with using preventative tactics is to keep pest populations in the realm of below the economic threshold, the point where it will cost us more to deal with the issue at a later date. So we have to consider that there's an acceptable level of pests. That's one of the core concepts of IPM. That's something we're going to bring back thinking about as we move forward, thinking about different methods of exclusion. Because we're ultimately trying to balance the legs of sustainability of that economics, our return on investment, our cost to the environment, and our cost to society. And there's lots of different ways to evaluate this, and some of those are kind of hard to get. These days, we're actually beginning to move in the IPM evaluation world into looking at how do we assess the actual impact of the environment based on how much and how nasty or toxic, if you will, chemicals are compared to other, or the treatments in general, what the ultimate cost might be. And then we can actually extend that to society and the idea of exposure to both agricultural workers and, of course, the consumer population. So when we talk about control, there's lots of different methods that are used to integrate together in pest management. Of course, chemical control, I've already mentioned, that's one that we oftentimes think about as a go-to. Ag biotech is another possibility for some crops. But we also want to factor in ideas of cultural control and using the good guys, using our friends in the field, natural enemies of the pests. So today we're going to focus mostly on mechanical exclusion as one major technique of pest management. So this includes things like row covers or nettings or other exclusionary methods. So there's lots of different pieces of this, and there are two major aspects to consider when we're using exclusion. The design, what kind of exclusion are we using? Are we talking about excluding things from a large area in the case of a tunnel? Or are we thinking about something very low, like a low tunnel or typical row cover scenario, or a full-on contained environment, greenhouse? And then on top of that, the material we're using for exclusion. There's several options. In the last picture, I had pictures of row cover that's usually used for frost protection. That can be used as an exclusionary method. It's very tight woven, but it does have impacts on how well air moves through it and things of that nature. Wind gets a hold of it. There are very lightweight nettings out there, different textures, and even something as simple as shade cloth. Shade cloth can be a material that is also used for exclusion of some material, some pests. Obviously, things like birds or larger insects like stink bugs might have a harder time getting through that. Flying lepidopter, flying butterflies, things that might lay eggs inside our tunnel would be stopped by this. Little itty bitty thrips, they go right through. So, you know, what we're talking about as far as the material and how it's put together, has several considerations now, and then also how we make that application. Traditional high tunnels can be made to include exclusion as part of the process. I know Dr. Kleinhans will be talking a little bit later about the idea of a high tunnel being kind of like a box that we're trying to farm inside of, big plastic box. And that is something to kind of keep in mind. You know, one way to think about it is, okay, we want to look at all the gaps, all the places pests might get in, right? And we start closing those off. But there's some considerations there. What kind of things do we think of? If we start like closing in every single box with a fine mesh, trying to keep every little bug out, what might factor in? Well, pollinators won't get through. There are some good things that won't get through there. Yeah. Or natural enemies. You know, we're trying our best to keep it excluded. The little itty bitty thrips can, maybe a couple of them get in there, get started, but no lady beetles can get in there. Well, it's going to be a tougher situation, you know, or lacewings or other natural enemies. Other thing is that this mesh potentially could cause shading. And the whole reason why we're growing things in a high tunnel a lot of times is to control that environment. By adding this shading material here, we're cutting down the light levels that could be good or bad. And the other thing is this will cut down on wind, especially the tighter mesh it is and the less flexible it is. We could actually have the airflow, the air movement be restricted in the tunnel as well. If this is kind of not on there real tight, it's got flappiness to it, the wind will hit that and you won't get the air drainage through the tunnel that's normal. A couple of you asked a question a minute ago during Gary's talk when he was talking about, okay, adding additional humidity within the tunnel. That could be a potential breeding ground for disease. If you're not getting the airflow through here as you normally would. One of the benefits of growing a high tunnel in the first place is the leaf area typically stays dry. You don't get dampness on the leaves that you do in a field setting, so actually that helps avoid a lot of foliar diseases. If we cut off the airflow by putting in more mesh, we cut that ability to have that dry leaf area down a bit, and a number of these diseases can now pick up a little bit more. So maybe we're treating one problem, but creating others for ourselves later. So as was mentioned here just a moment ago, yeah, we got these good guys, they still need to get in, pollinators and predators and so forth. So I'm going to just real briefly talk about an example of, or do we have enough time, Gary? Well, I thought you were at the same time. So quick case study looking at low tunnel exclusion. It's with some work we did here at South Centers and also in Kentucky in the past, looking at cucurbit crops. Now, cucurbits are one of those crops that have big pest issues. There are a number of issues that come to those. They spread plant pathogens, but cucurbit crops are also pollination dependent. So using exclusion to keep those pests out is going to also keep out the pollinator. All right, so anything that's going to keep out these cucumber beetles and squash bugs that do absolute detrimental damage to the plant is going to keep the pollinators out that are also essential. So one of the things that we've been looking at is, okay, how do we blend the two together? There are ways we can supplement pollinators. So this project was conducted last summer with some partner farms around Ohio, building on some university work in the past. My partner Carrie Jager and I worked on this up in Morrow County. And the idea here is using a fabric cover over a low tunnel in the field and releasing native pollinators under it to do the pollination for us. This adds a physical barrier for the pests. It considers pollination because we're using the biology of bees to our advantage. So in this system, we're not going to use commercially available bees. We're going to use squash bees. These bees rest in flowers during the day, so we can capture them very easily while they're basically hanging out there, chilling out, going to sleep. Toss it under the cover and let them pollinate and do their thing. And it's actually worked. Our experimental data in the field in the past gave us positive yields, just as good or better under the open covers under the covers released with bees versus those grown in an open environment with pesticides. So here's our bees in the little bag. They're released underneath the low tunnels. This is the low tunnel here with the fine mesh. And then at the end of the season, we can assess the different combinations. We also looked at some cover cropping techniques under the row cover as well to include weeds. And there's our pest trying to get in, right? We've got squash bugs laying their eggs on the surface. They can't quite get through. But ultimately, we're seeing yields that are equivalent or better growing inside these covers versus outside. So we start thinking about those aspects of IPM I mentioned and those trade-offs of sustainability. Now we're looking at, one of the things we're looking at right now is the ultimate return on investment, because you can use this for multiple years and seeing how, how much does that pay off with regard to the labor and expense of spraying. There's some environmental benefits and social benefits that are kind of implicit. You're obviously using less pesticide. You want to quantify how much that is, what that impact is, both on the environment and on people, but ultimately being able to take that, to other crops as well. One of the key takeaways I want to leave with, though, is thinking about when you're using exclusion, both in high and low tunnel situation, what are your exclusion goals? And are you trying to just stave off some of the pest populations for a while? Are there consequences? And also, what fail safes do you have? If you exclude something, like we mentioned before, and then you still end up with that pest outbreak that happens inside. Now what? We can't rely on natural enemies because we've excluded those too. Are we limited on our chemistry rescue treatments? Is it too late to rescue ourselves from those treatments? So these are just some of those kind of trade-offs we have to think about going into one of those situations. All right. I think the mic just fell. So, just some of these are the things to consider. One other thing I wanted to mention was the OSU on-farm research programs. For several years now, OSU has been involved in agronomic research through our eFields project, where we work with farmers on their locations. And in recent years, we've expanded this to specialty crops, trying to include all the other different things that we grow in Ohio beyond, corn, wheat, and soybeans. And we can now have E+. So if anyone's interested in this and interested in partnering with research involving high tunnels or other subjects related to produce, landscape, urban, and specialty crops, let me know. We have several state specialists involved in this project, and we're working on developing projects to help us answer questions across Ohio's farms and gardens. You can access last year's report online. It's available right now. You go to go.osu.edu/E+, easy to find. And we also have contained environment as one of our areas, including high tunnels. And we do have copies available here at Piketon, as well as most of the other locations that are tuned in today. So you can ask your local county educator, at least in Ohio, to get copies of those. All right, I'm going to try and get us back on time, so I'll answer any questions. Yes.
So did I understand you say that you use pollinators or squash beetle infestation to actually offset the insect infestation?
Yeah, so we use the exclusion netting to keep the insects from infesting, the pest insects, I should say. That's also going to keep out the pollinators. So we did is we caught pollinators outside of the quad and just turn them loose underneath the cover. That was the idea there.
And what kind of I did on that. So can I go to the fabric store and buy certain netting?
So with varying levels of success, I'll put it that way. So the fabric we were using is a commercially produced fabric for this purpose. Could you use generic fabrics? Possibly. The degree that they are resistant to UV sunlight and are resistant to just other pressures in the field, they vary. Wetting tool is probably not designed to be out getting beat on by the wind and rain and so forth and sunlight all the time. I'm not saying it won't work, it's probably just not made for that. The question then becomes, okay, how long is it going to last? And is it worth it to put that kind of investment into it? So these commercially made fabrics that are used for insect exclusion, they are expensive, but they're made to do that. They're UV resistant materials and so on and so forth. So they're actually made to be out in those kind of elements. So again, is that cost benefit analysis? You have to kind of look at it. Maybe try a small trial and say, okay, let's see how well this holds up. And it's like, well, I'll get like 6 months out of this and it costs me X dollars. if I pay this much more, I get 3 years out of it, that's a whole different game. So, yeah, so that's where it goes. So it comes down to home ec.
Thank you.
Any other questions before we move on to?
Yeah, we-
next?
Yeah, we do have a time for questions from the other sides, maybe for.
Yeah, we have one in Ann Arbor.
Okay, go ahead.
My question is, most pests I read, they see infrared. Is there any way to boost the vitality of the plant? So that the plant doesn't, if the pest see that the plant is sick, it's gonna attack the plant. Is there any way to boost the plant so that the plant won't be giving off the glow that it's sick?
I'm not sure I catch the,
I'm sorry, I'm hard of hearing
Yeah,
to begin with, and I didn't get any of that. I'm so sorry.
could maybe our host can repeat the question? Or
I'll go over here next to the microphone.
It's up there.
I said, I read somewhere that most pests see an infrared. And if the plant is sick, it'll give off this glow. Is there any way to boost the vitality of the plant so that it doesn't give off this signal so the bugs can attack it?
Okay, so it's asking about insect, actually, to be honest, there is something to that. Most insects don't see, in the true red colors, they see actually a little bit shifted. Pollinators, for example, see more on the UV spectrum. They do see different visual signals, but most insect cues are actually chemical volatile. So they basically find their food more by what you and I would think of as taste and smell than they do visual. We humans oftentimes think in the audiovisual spectrum, because that's how we work. Insect is not as much of that. So, but to your point, are there ways to boost plant health? Would a stronger, healthier plant show a signal that releases less of those volatiles in the air? And the answer is generally yes. That's not always the case. Some plants, when they are healthy, are releasing the type of volatiles that some insects are known to key into. So it really varies. Nature outsmarts us more times than not.
yeah, but that's a very good question and yeah.
If you don't mind.
So we've been using the 25-gram Protect Net on the sides of some of our high tunnels for insect exclusion. It doesn't seem to hold up like the whole duration of the season to the wind buffeting. And I'm just wondering, in terms of what is sort of the industry standard for hoop house, either high tunnel or low tunnel? Like, what have you found that works, that's durable? We really like the Protect Net. There's some heavier weights. We haven't used them. Do you have any suggestions for where to look?
Yes.
What is working?
So the weight of the material does have a huge impact. Well, actually, what you were seeing there was Protect Net, at least in part of that. The lighter weight Protect Net, like the 45-gram, I like it because it's cheap, but it doesn't hold up. Compared to the 65 and 80-gram type fabric, it holds up a bit better. We had a few incidences with the low tunnels where we had a dog run through it and tractor snag on it. Students walked into it and got pretty big holes in it because it was that lighter weight fabric. It's a trade-off. The lighter weight fabric doesn't give you as much of the solar cutoff, doesn't cut off as much of the sunlight, and it's much more breathable. So you get that air drainage, which is important in a high tunnel, but it does have some durability concerns. So it really depends on what you're after, and also how small a pest you're trying to exclude. There are tougher fabrics out there, or tougher versions of exclusion that have larger mesh. And for certain pests, that'd be fine, and they're cheaper and also a bit more durable. When you get to those real fine, lightweight fabrics, it becomes a real delicate balancing act between what's economically viable.
Yeah, very, very good, Logan. Hey, thanks a lot. Great job. Let's see, we still have 2 or 3 minutes before the next. Yeah, thanks a lot, Logan, for kind of giving up some of his time, and this takes a while to get the technology down pat. So Wenjing, do you want to go ahead share your screen? Dr. Wenjing Guan, she is an extension specialist with Purdue University, so maybe you could.
Gary,
Yeah,
Gary,
Laura,
can we, since we still, Gary, since we still have time, can we ask a few questions with the previous presentations?
Yeah, we could get your screen up first, and so people answer. People ask questions because
Okay, I will get the screen upload.
Okay.
Gary, I want you, could you type the nurseries names of where you can get the Lunkin raspberry plants? To the chat box or how to share with the folks. Okay, we have questions of asking the nurseries.
Ryan logged in, and I could work with him to get those nurseries.
He's answering.
What's that? Do you have pesticide codes you're gonna read off at the end of the session?
Yeah, for each for pesticide credits, and so each host you have your own code, so you guys can announce those, and I will announce the codes for our people at
I just can do it here.
Okay, very good.
Yeah.
And Gary, I have a question actually to Logan. I was wondering if he hear any potentials this the insects netting can be cost share, or I'm not sure because the price is the main barrier, I think.
Are you asking, did Wenjing ask the,
Yeah, is that question for Logan?
Yes, I'm wondering if Logan, you know anything, if it's possible, those nettings can be cost share? Do you?
Cost share?
Yeah.
How much it costs?
Oh, so how much does it cost?
No, not, I mean,
Share.
cost share, like
Or
the NRCS.
I'm not sure about that. Now, the other thing to think about with those nettings, just saying this out here in objective terms, most of those are imported. And supplies have already been limited and they may cost more now.
Yeah.
That's That's been brought up already. Those are imported and those would cost more this year.
And the same deal with our plants coming from Canada, 25% as of today. So we're still finding out whether that's applicable to us. So the varieties that we wanted, it's coming from Canada and then North Farms in Massachusetts, and they don't grow the varieties that we love, and they grow the second best, which is kind of a distant second best. Yeah, which kind of hurts.
We had a couple of questions if there's time. One was, what is TEF?
Was muting. Oh.
Okay, go ahead.
One question is, what is TEF? What is TEF? And the other question was, we're wondering can you describe how you catch those squash bees? Any other questions?
Okay, well, I didn't hear the first question. Are they both for Logan?
Was it, what is TEF?
This is what it is. Does that question come from here? It's a forage grass,
Okay.
basically. It comes from Africa. And they use it a lot of times in the horse pastures and that sort of thing around here. It's becoming more popular. It's been around for about 10, 15 years now. But it's becoming a pretty useful grass for our region, for grazing purposes.
But the other question was, can you describe how you catch the squash bees?
Oh, how you catch the squash bees? So during the heat of the day, they hang out, especially the males do it all year. The females nest once they build a nest, but actually when they're moving between them, they do the same thing. They basically, insects don't sleep, but it's the closest thing we can say. They sleep inside the flower during the day. So you grab the pinched flower when it's closed up, throw it in a Ziploc bag, kill any beetles that got in there, open the bag under the cover. That's it. You just kind of abduct them in their sleep. That's the simple way to put it. They wake up, well, what happened to me? I'm trapped under a cupboard. I have nothing to do with forced to pollinate this crop you put me with. That's what we do.
So are you talking exclusively cucurbit flowers or in?
Cucurbit flowers. They naturally only go to cucurbita, so the pumpkin and squash, the large flower cucurbits. But if you put them under a cover with melon, and you force them that there's nothing else they're pollinate, guess what? They pollinate melon just fine.
Okay, great job. Lots of good questions. Yeah, we're at 10:15, and so our next speaker is Dr. Wenjing Guan. Maybe you could give us an introduction of yourself. I might need to Josh. Can we enlarge that screen from our end?
When Jane needs to share just her presentation screen.
Yeah, she's got,
She's sharing,
Yeah.
she's display screen, she needs to share just the presentation screen.
Um,
That's on her side.
Can we get the question going? 2 minutes. I need to move to another location to start the presentation.
Yeah, good.
Well, while she's doing that, we can do that. I'll grab it right over here. One second, Gary.
Maybe kind of pin her somewhere.
Give me 1 second. I gotta grab this and pull it over.
Okay.
Show me the participants.
So while Josh is doing that, does anybody else need pesticides?
Sorry, I hit it too many times.
Or I have a whole bunch of them. Nobody else needs them, okay? I could just go around and give you the kind of secret code like a drug dealer.
Can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, we can hear you.
Can I get started? So everyone can hear me, right?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, good. Can I start?
You too.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay.
Yeah, you can start.
Okay, thanks. So this is Wenjing. I'm the extension specialist from Purdue. I have an Indiana map here. I'm stationed at Southwest Purdue Agriculture Center, this corner. And the reason they put me there is there's a watermelon industry there, and I work with melon growers in this region, and I'm also working with smaller scaled diversified vegetable farms in primarily in the southern states. So this presentation is about high tunnel tomato irrigation management. We recently have a publication of water management for vegetable crops on small farms. I and my colleagues, Dr. Liz Maynard. Liz right now is at the Northern Indiana, the Elkhart County site with us together. So we have this publication for water management for vegetable crops on small farms. It's a free download at Purdue Extension Education Store. The education store do require you have a register first, although it's a free publication. I want to say as a majority of the content I talked today, it's actually in this book. And also this book have a lot more that I won't be able to cover for today. Okay, before we talk about irrigation management, I want to show this picture first. Anyone have an idea what happens here? Okay, I cannot see everyone, so I'll tell you this is the high tunnel at our research farm, and this is happened after a big rain. What this picture show us is those huge rains hit for the plastic on the high tunnels, and they all get to the size of the tunnel, just a few inches. It's a lot of water there. And if we do not have a way to drain this water or catch this water, and those water can easily seep inside of the high tunnel. And that is exactly what happened in this picture. And now think about how this would affect our irrigation management. So if this is, so just thinking the water we put on the tomatoes inside of the tunnel. If we have already applied enough water for the tomato plants, what happened is the rows on the side are likely get excessive water, more than they need. And this will be causing problem. We'll show in the next picture. Or if we did not get enough water for the tomatoes in these high tunnels, and then the side rows probably will be better condition for the tomato plants because of the water coming from the outside. So that actually lead to a common observation I have been seeing is typically the sides of the tomatoes, that is a row, either have the best plants or have the worst plants. I have been seeing this in several situations. When it have the worst plants, the plant looks sad. We are wondering what happens on the plants, and we dig the roots out. We might find the passages out of the roots, and then we suspect it might be a sorghum disease. But actually, we did not think about that. Is it might be not a sorghum disease problem. It could be potentially a water issue. As what happened in those pictures, when those plants get excessive water, they are very susceptible. Their roots is very susceptible to be affected by the pathogens. Okay. So both excessive water or lack of water makes the plant looks less healthy. This looks like a common sense, but in reality, a lot of times I find we tend to overlook it. In the first picture here, the 3 plants on the left, those are the waterlogged plants. So what I do is simply I just put the pots in the water submerged for 3 days. And the 3 plants on the right, those are healthy plants. As you can see the symptom, when the plants get excessive water, they wilt it. Yeah.
One thing, I'm really sorry to interrupt, but I'm wondering, is there a way you can make your own camera view of yourself smaller, and that way we'll see the slides larger? We're seeing
Would
both
that
you
be,
and
would that be better? I turn off my video.
we still see just your name then. I'm really sorry to interrupt. If it's okay, if there's nothing to do.
I'm sorry, I'm not sure how to do this at this point, but the slides will be available.
Okay, that's fine. I'm sorry to interrupt.
Oh, I realize it's a problem, but I don't know how to fix this. Sorry. Is that okay? I move on. Active speaker video.
Yes, yeah. Go ahead.
Is that better?
No.
No difference.
Same. Make the picture you pointed at bigger.
Okay,
So presenter mode.
Presenter mode.
Sharing her screen, Gary.
Are you sharing your screen?
Yes, I am sharing my screen. Should I stop share, restart?
Yeah, now. We can see just your name.
Make a difference?
Yeah, good job.
Okay,
Worked.
okay, now I can keep going. Yeah, I'm so glad I figured it out. Okay, so we are talking about the top picture. That is the left three plants. Those are waterlogged plants. So it's wilting, yellowing leaves. Those are common symptoms when plants get a lot of water. And as I described earlier, those plants is very susceptible to infection by pathogens in the soil. And that causes the problem because sometimes the symptoms show up several days after we have the big rain. And when we start to dig in to find what caused that, we may forgot the problem weeks ago, the plants may suffer from some water stress. So just something we think about if we run into those situations. And the bottom picture, those are 2 rows of X-ray peppers. They grow exactly the same condition. The only difference is they receive different water. And on the left, those plants are small and less blooms, and you can expect a lower yield and the delayed harvest compared to the plants on the right, healthy plants, they receive plenty of water. So both excessive water and lack of water could cause problems. We talk about how the water affects the health of the plants, but even more critical, I think, related to we grow tomatoes in the tunnel is that the water can cause fruit physiological disorders directly. And that directly affects the marketability of the fruit. So the top pictures, I think everyone growing tomatoes may have seen this before, is Blasi and Injorot. We know, we typically hear Blasi and Injorot is related to calcium deficiency. But we have been noticed that when we grow tomatoes in soils, more than likely, we have plenty of calcium in the soil. But the problem is more like a water issue. The water did not bring enough calcium to the fruit and cause the Blasi and Injorot. And that is because of the uneven water supply to the tomato plants. When you have those dry period, especially for some of the cultivars, sensitive cultivars, there's not enough water to pour the calcium into the plants, and that causes the Blasi and Injorot. So a lot of times we find this is a water issue, and particularly related to a poor root system and a dry period. And this is especially easy to happen during the first set of fruit because at that time, we start to haven't realized how much the water the plants need when they are fast growing in the first half of the season. Now the pictures on the bottom, those are the fruit splitting or cracking. And this is likely to, we probably will see more commonly in the later half of the season when the plants already reach the full size, they are setting fruit, but we may not realize we may put too much water on them, and this will cause fruit splitting and cracking. I will expand more on this. So in this set of pictures, I have the tomatoes from the beginning of the season all the way to July, assuming like in my region, we typically plant them in April. So in April, early May, the plant is small and we start to harvest them in June. And on July, August, the plant is reach their full size. And all we do is harvesting the ripening tomatoes. So from April to July, the plant is growing from a small size to a big size. And we can imagine their needs for water is from a low level and gradually increasing and probably flattened at some point. And towards the end of the season, we may expect the water needs is declining. I think we all realize the general trend of how much water the general trend of the plant needs for water. But the question is at what stage and exactly how much water we should give the plants. So is there a way to estimate plant water needs and different growth stages? Yes, there are ways. is called evapotranspiration. That is a method based on the weather condition and the specific growth stage of the crop to estimate plants' water needs. But we have been saying is this method works great for the field crops, corn, soybeans, and for the crops cover the entire entire acre. But this method may not work well for high tunnel tomatoes. And for the reason, first, the tomatoes will have a trellis system, so they are not exactly cover the entire land. They grow vertically, and that method or the models we have developed do not work very well for the plants that grow vertically. Another reason is that evapotranspiration method is based on the weather condition. And we know high tunnels change the temperature, change the wind speed compared to outside. So without a very accurate measure on the environment condition inside of the high tunnel, that method do not work well. So basically I'm saying it's very, very difficult to really using evapotranspiration method to estimate plant water needs. Then how will help us to guide irrigation? Another approach to think about that is to actually measure the water in the soil. I think the majority of us probably, if we don't use soil moisture sensors, we probably just feel how the moisture content in the soil and to decide irrigation management. Yeah, we use a method called a feel and appearance. So this method works very well for crops have relatively shallow roots. And when we use that feel method, in addition to a soil probe that can reach 6-8 inch of soil, we get the soil out to look at the soil, feel the moisture levels. It's okay for the shallow root crops, but it does not work well for crops like tomato that potentially can grow very deep soil. Just by soil probe, just by our visual observation, we don't know what's the water levels in the deeper soil. So that is the case. We do need some tools to help us understand the water levels. And then I will introduce two types of very commonly used soil moisture sensors. One is a tensiometer. So this type of moisture sensors, that is to measure soil tension. Basically, that is the force required by the plant roots to extract water. Just think if the tool is roots, when the soil is saturated, the roots do not use any effort. This water is readily available. He can take the water easily. And at this time, the reading of the tensiometer is 0. So when the soil is saturated, the reading is 0. As the soil gradually dries up and the roots take more and more effort to get the water out of the soil, then the reading increase. So for this type of moisture sensors, important to remember is the higher the reading, the drier the soil. And there's another type of soil moisture sensor. We call it the digital sensors. That is to measure the volumetric water content. This type of sensors to measure the water content in a soil. We typically express as percentage or the water content per a square meter of the soil. And different to tensiometers is this kind of sensors, they typically have data logger connected, and that can automatically record the water content like with the preset intervals. So like every 10 minutes, every 15 minutes, whatever you set, it can automatically record that water content. So give you a graph like this. While tensiometers typically require manual reading of the numbers. So the first graph, that is actual irrigation land irrigation situation. So you can see the lines ups and downs. For those kind of sensors, the higher the numbers, that means there's more water in the soil. So that is actually wetter. So it's opposite than the tensiometer. The tensiometers, the higher the number, the drier the soil. And for those digital sensors measure volumetric water content, is the higher the number, the more water in the soil. And in the graph in below, that is the situation. We do not have irrigation. There's no water add to the soil. So at the beginning of the season, it's at a high level that is soil saturated. And gradually the roots pull out the water and the lines come to a flattened area. That is, there's no way the roots can take the water from that exact area from the soil. So the soil is already completely dry. But this is not say the plant is died. Like what this tell us is at this particular location, there's no water available. Then the roots have to explore to other regions and maybe deeper in the soil or going expand to looking for additional water. So those are the two very commonly used type of soil moisture sensors. Our tomato production high tunnels can benefit. I will expand more on exactly how we use that sensors. But before I do that, I want to bring up another thing I think is quite important. That is sorry, can you hear me? So I want to show you a simple video that is related to another important concept we need to understand. That is how we decide irrigation frequency. And that is directly related to what kind of soil you have. Can everyone see the screen, the video?
Yes.
So this is a demonstration of when irrigation happens, how the water moves in clay soils and sandy soils. In clay soils, so in the clay soils, because of the small size of the pool, the water moves very slowly. And in the sandy soils, because of the large pore size, the water moves fast and moves down fast as well. So how this related to irrigation frequency? Just think about if you have a clay soil and you irrigate very frequently, but the water cannot move fast beyond that immediately area, what happens is you might get too wet on the areas right under the irrigation drip. So in another word, if you are dealing with a clayer soil, the better way is actually put large amount of water and irrigate less frequently. This is different than sandy soil. The sandy soils, when you put the water moves fast throughout the soil profile. So it's not good. For one irrigation event, you put too much water because that water will drain out of the root zone. And also for the sandy soils, because the soil cannot hold much water, so the top, like right under the irrigation, it dries very fast, and typically that is the most the roots are. So for sandy soil, it would be better to irrigate more frequently. Does that make sense? So there are many factors we should consider to decide irrigation frequency, but soil is one of the important factors we should thinking, and that determines how often we irrigate. Now we go back to the soil moisture sensors. Why I'm talking about irrigation frequency, because your irrigation frequency could kind of determine which kind of the sensors probably work best for your situation. And we have noticed that if you tend to not irrigate very often, like if you have a heavier soils, tensiometer might be a better option, because tensiometer give you a direct view of how dry the soils are. Like I have those tables, this is getting from the Midwest Vegetable Production Guide. And different type of soils, it have a direct reading of at the percentage of the water depletion. That is the time you should irrigate. So if you have a tensiometer together with your tomatoes, and you typically do not water them frequently, this can be a good tool for you to see how dry the soil are and to decide whether, okay, I should irrigate for my tomatoes. Well, this type of sensors, as I described, tensiometers, they require manual reading. So it is a kind of a more work involved. And this volumetric water content, it automatically record readings. But the limitation is typically they accurately determine the volumetric water content at field capacity. It's a little challenging. So what you get is those lines like this. And it's not straightforward to tell you exactly where's my field capacities are. Where is the line that the soil is saturated? And to be able to determine that, you almost have to observe the trend of the readings of the entire, from the very wet to very dry. And typically that is a limitation for us to using those type of soil moisture sensors. However, we do know this type of sensors works very well to observe a trend. So this is how I use the volumetric water content sensors. We look at the, we use this sensor to battery together with our tomatoes. We typically put them at a foot depth. And in our situation, we have a frequent irrigation, like we irrigate sometimes 2 times a day, 3 times a day, controlled by a timer. And using the soil moisture sensors give me a good view of what is the soil moisture content at the foot depth. So that can give me an indication of whether I should increase my irrigation amount or increase that frequency as the plant goes. So when I start to see the lines drop, I know it is a time I should increase my irrigation amount and to respond to the plant's growth stage. Another important thing I want to emphasize is that for tomatoes, if you know a tomato cultivars you are like to grow, typically you probably should have some trial and errors to find the optimal water content for that tomato cultivar, because the optimal soil moisture levels vary by cultivars. This is a tomato variety trial we did a few years ago. So we irrigate all those cultivars the same amount of water. And we noticed that is, for example, this cultivar, Celebrity Plus, it tends to have a much more cracking compared to the other cultivars. And we realized for this trial, we almost keep the soil moisture content at the field capacity. All the other cultivars is fine, but some of the cultivars are more sensitive to that water content gets cracking. So in those cases, we might need to keep a lower water content for those kind of cultivars. I know many of the heirloom tomatoes is very sensitive, so you might thinking to keep a lower water content when you grow those sensitive cultivars. I know I'm almost run out of time, just a few additional points. When we talk about irrigation, focus on the amount of water applied rather than irrigation runtime. When I talk to farmers, I realize some people tell me I irrigate 1 hour per day. Okay, that does not mean anything to me, because based on what type of drip tip you use, how many drip tips you have, irrigate 1 hour did not make any difference of how much water you applied. Does that make sense? Okay, and another point I want to make is poor irrigation water quality can significantly impact tomato production in high tunnels. There are more content about this in the book I shared earlier. And another thing, irrigation and fertilization strategy are closely related. That is another different topic. We won't have time to expand on that topic, but I would like to talk more with folks in the future. Yeah, back again. I know it's a very short presentation. Irrigation is a very complicated topic. And if you want to learn more about it, this publication can be a good source to start with. And I have my contact here. Feel free to reach me if you want to discuss anything related to irrigation or high tunnel production. I will help as much as I can. Thank you. Is there questions on the side?
All right, thanks a lot, Wenjing. Questions? But if you do have questions, you can do that in chat and then also email our presenters, and most of us will stick around pretty much throughout the day, and hopefully, or some of us. Anyways, so thanks a lot, Wenjing, and good job. Good job.
Thanks, Gary. And I will be around a whole day. So just if you have questions, put them in the chat box.
Okay. All right. Thanks again. Our next speaker is Dr. Rafiq Islam. He's a great friend of mine, a great colleague, and a world-renowned soil scientist in terms of soils and water quality and bioenergy. And one thing I do remember about Rafiq is that he's a Fulbright scholar. Yeah, one of the few that very few that get that kind of honor. And for the sake of time's sake, all the time constraints, that maybe I'll just end there, and then maybe Dr. Rafiq Islam, you could give a little intro about yourself, and then talk about the
like.
Okay, yeah.
So don't believe him. Don't believe him because we live in Columbus and come and put together. That's why he's biased. Anyway, so.
And can you show Rafiq?
No, go on, he's still there.
Yeah.
Can we take it out?
What do you want me to do?
Can you
minimize that?
Yeah.
You just wanted to move, aren't you?
Okay.
I got you. Hold on.
Maybe show Rafiq.
Oh, no, I don't, you don't have to show me. That's okay.
Oh, no, but you're good.
Yeah.
So they can see us, they can see Rafiq.
They can see that. If they have that pulled up, I don't know why it's not changing. Oh, hold on. All right, now try it. But you guys,
Yeah, need to turn it on.
Yeah.
it's okay, it's on you, Percy.
Yeah. Shall I stand here or stand here?
You can stand anywhere. You gotta press those buttons.
Yeah.
So
They don't matter.
that birdie, the owl is looking at you.
Oh, all right. All right. So my name is here, Rafiq Islam, and email is here. So if you need any information, you're most welcome to communicate with me. So let's start. So what high tunnels, what I know, I'm a novice. High tunnels are controlled structure, ventilated control structure that helps to extend crop growing season and support economic production. So that means you are not influenced by outside fluctuation in temperature or other factors. So however, high tunnels use rainfall and snow, and that leads to drainage issues. That means you don't get enough water to pass through the soil and reduce the leaching, which is movement of salt, downward movement of salts and other things. And potential secondary salinization, so the pure salinization It's a secondary salinization because we created that salinization or salt accumulation, not natural. That degrades soil health and ultimately affect plant health. So tillage, confined irrigation, mostly irrigation to the close to the surface, and chemical fertilization, reactive chemical fertilization accelerate organic matter decomposition. So you are losing organic matter, you are losing biodiversity, you are losing porosity, but you develop compaction, subsoil compaction. Additionally, use of drip irrigation, because it comes drop by drop, so you finish leaching of salt, and which is allow them to accumulate and decline in overall ecosystem services, production and all these kind of things. So some of the slides I have this thing, and you can see the salt accumulation, the preparation of beds and all these. So how salt accumulates? Water always moves. That's why under high canal, water will move towards up, and they will lost as transpiration, evaporative transpiration, but salt will not go anywhere, it will stay there. So, and how you can identify that you have salt accumulation and how much crop yield loss you are going to get? So if you look at this chart, it shows the salinity 0 to 20 and the relative crop yield 100% here. So you know that plant on an average can tolerate 4, microsiemens or decisiemens per centimeter. So going down, it decrease the crop yield, it is affecting soil and crop yield, and 50% crop yield, you get almost 12 and 100% here. So with this chart and measuring EC, using a simple EC meter, you can calculate that this year how much yield I can get because of salt accumulation. So what we had, recent time, we had talked about soil, plant, water, climate, nexus, all this together. It shows that healthy soil, you need that. Healthy soil provides balanced and nutritional food. Because when we talk about healthy soil, that is clean water and enriched with phytochemical, and that supports public health. So soil quality, soil health, water quality, food quality, public health. So what is healthy soil, or how we can define soil is healthy or not? A healthy soil is a balanced matrix of biology, which you have earthworms, microbes, chemical balancing, that is pH is stable, very buffered, and lot of energetic material to drive the soil to support plants, and physically stable, and they can regenerate to support the plant. So that's the combination for a healthy soil. And if you look at this one, what it shows, the USDS one, that the microbes you have, can you see that clearly? Almost 100 to 1 billion microbes, which is equivalent to 2 cows. And earthworm we have almost 2 tons. And 1% increase in organic matter, you can have 25,000 gallons of water already in your soil. So these are the tremendous effect of soil to support increasing population. In by 2050, we have to double the food production. So who can do that? America can do that. In the vast area, good land, a lot of science and good thing, we can do that. So what we have to do, we have to have sustainable soil management. And when you do soil management, water is an important part. So you have to look for testing for soil and water quality. What are these pH, salt, microbarometer, these measures, microbial biomass, bacteria, fungus and all this distribution, organic matter, total nitrogen, available phosphorus, exchangeable nutrients. So this one is important because you are talking about sodium, calcium, magnesium, potassium, which are salts. And subsoil compaction and soil health test to evaluate how is your soil doing. So how we can do that? This is the microbarometer test equipment. You can measure, it costs around per test $15. You can see how biologically efficient your system. And also our waste to soil or quality to test. So you can test it within 20 minutes to evaluate your soil quality and all these properties. Sorry. And what we have to do for water, pH, salt EC, and TDS, total dissolved solids, alkalinity, iron, aluminum, manganese, and sulfate, because this causes salt to accumulate and bind, so they can precipitate. So these three as a metal, because they precipitate and they change iron 2 to iron 3, so precipitation causes problem. So water quality for irrigation, we know we have different kinds of water. The first one is hard water, which is alkaline, little bit above pH 7.5. And if the soil is hard, that means your TDS, total dissolved solids, should be more than 320 to 400 ppm. Then we have saline soil as variable concentration of dissolved salt. And in nature, most of the water we have saline, means close to fresh to saline. That is a wide range. But alkaline water, hard water, limited areas, and soft water, very low, which is very difficult to find other than if God gave us as rain and snow, and also flowing rivers and canals and ponds. They have all processed water, like reverse osmosis. But rainwater is the most preferred clean water we have. So saline water, as I mentioned, dominant one. So look at that, how many classification we have. 0.65 is low saline water. Low saline water, very good quality, suitable for almost all plants. And then 0.65 to 0.13, medium salinity, suitable for all crops and mostly for low salt tolerant crops. And then 1.3 to 3, high salinity for medium and high salt tolerant crops. That means you can go up to this level. After that, most of the water is not that good to use for irrigation. So for irrigation management, because irrigation and drainage, they closely linked each other. So when you irrigate, you have to think about drainage. Like we eat food and then we go to toilet, exactly same mechanism. Oh, I'm busy. So, sorry. This is the problem with technology. So irrigation, we have to think about when to irrigate and how much to irrigate. And that's important for salt accumulation. Your soil will accumulate salt or changes pH or not. And what we have to measure? We have to measure evapotranspiration, soil moisture saturation, field capacity, wilting point, and when you subtract this one, that gives you plant available water, maximum allowable depletion or management allowable depletion. That means if you irrigate, how much water you allow in the soil to be taken up by the plant before it gets wilted or your system is running smoothly. Mad, so don't be mad. So and irrigation efficiency, what kind of irrigation you are using? That is another important thing. And as I mentioned earlier, look at the saturation is the top, field capacity, wilting point. This is the available water plant can use for normal function. as time goes by, as water used up, so you don't get that much of, plant cannot get that much of moisture from here. And how it can do? So let's see this one. So this shows the available water in soil, how much plant can use. And this is more specific for each soil, how much water storage capacity. So you know how much water is there in your soil and how much you can use. So how we are going to, so irrigation, we have to do the precision, but simple way to minimize the salt accumulation. That was the idea. But if salt accumulates, how we are going to take them out? Very simple way. You need a EC-meter, small EC-meter, just push it in the soil. You'll be able to see. So what we have using this equation, WD, depth of water, how much water you have to apply to flush out the soil. Flush out the salts from the soil. And DS is the soil depth. How deep you have to apply water in the soil to flush out. And K is the infiltration coefficient, which is 0.3 for clay type soil and 0.1 for coarse texture sandy soil. And EC is the initial soil salinity. Say you measure today and you find 2.1, but you want 1.5. So that is the one is the desired one, how much you want to reduce or take out the salt from your soil. So this is the existing one or initial one, what you have, and this is the level, what you desire, how much you want to take out. So I put an example, with this example, look at here, lettuce is being grown under high tunnel, and the soil test showed EC is 2.1 centigrade loom, and we wanted to reclaim, we want to take out the salt from the soil at 3 inches deep. So 0 to 3 inches deep, we have to take all the salts out, and infiltration factor is 3. So look at that equation. I put all these numbers. I got 1.26 inches irrigation I have to apply to flush out the salts below 3 inches deep. Very simple. I mean, just need EC meter. You measure today, and then how much you want to decrease it, and that will tell you. So this is the most important number. What you have and how much you want to go down. That's all. You don't need any rocket scientist or anything. You can do it by yourself. So I spend time to try to calculate all these. And then the next part. So we have irrigation to minimize the salt accumulation, and we have the drainage technology or leaching technology to remove the salts from the soil. So you have to do maybe every few years, 4, 5, 10 years, so you can flush out your soil very easily. Don't allow to accumulate a lot of salts. It's better to do as early as possible. So organic amendment, soil amendment. So we apply compost, we apply all kinds of things, manure and everything, but don't apply one type of thing again and again. Apply diverse mix, because compost or manure, everything has salt, some has acid compound. So you have to make a balance. So in this one, what it does, all this soil balancing, has been nutrient balancing, rejuvenate biodiversity and health. Because different things will produce different bacteria, different fungi, which will make a nice and good biological condition in the soil. So biology is the first thing of soil health, then physical and chemical. So what we have all these kind of chemical fertilizer, rock phosphate, zeolite, lime, black sand, sulfur, perlite, biochar, all these kind of things, but you cannot apply one item raw again and again. Mix it up. and use accordingly. And this one tells you that chemical fertilizer or compound we apply or compost in the soil, how much salt index they have. So we have to choose those fertilizer or compost or compound has less soil index, like 104 ammonium. Yeah, ammonia. You see, ammonium sulfate, 90. This one 104. We don't want that. We want low, 63 or 68. So it will minimize your salt accumulation. So choose the fertilizer accordingly. Don't apply same fertilizer again and again with high salt index. And then organic, we have different types of organic compound, compost, manure, and all these, humic acid, hydrogen peroxide, aspirin. I'll show you some result, vitamin C, all that kind of thing, fish food to improve the soil health in terms of nutrient, biodiversity, efficiency, and all these. And then we apply biofertilizer. Nowadays, you will find small packet of biological material dormant. When you apply, they will produce different types of organisms in your soil. And that helps soil biology. And the other one is crop rotation and cover crops. Because you use crop rotation to grow your crops in a sequence. So think about crop rotation, which is complementary to each other. One year you grow something, next year you grow something else. So keep it balanced. Why is that? Like this one, if you grow tomato first year, tomato takes. All the time it takes away. But when you grow bean, it gives nitrogen. And when they give nitrogen and phosphorus are very closely linked. So you'll get a little bit of extra phosphorus. And then if you grow carrot, it's a light feeder. It doesn't take that much. So your nutrient balancing is getting, but if you grow tomato and carrot again and again, you may have unbalanced nutrient status in the soil. And use cover crop. Look at this, all of you know David Brand. We work with David Brand. So if you grow radish, it will help you to remove compaction because it goes 30, 40 inches deep. And the most important part is it will push the soil, or you crack the compaction and push the soil up. So biological plow. So you don't have to plow. And when they die, another thing is matured radish accumulate sugar at the end of the season. So sweet. Wherever sweet people will go, bacteria will go. And it contains some chemicals, which are precursor of pesticide, isoglucosinate. That's why it smells bad. So those are natural pesticides. And when the radish die, they decompose and fumigate, it smells bad if you pass through. So that is good. It's fumigating your soil from the deep down to the up, because gas always move out. So they will slowly decompose and fumigate your soil. That's the advantage, multiple advantages. And the other one is winter red, a hard red winter wheat, excellent cover crop for saline soil. You wouldn't believe I went Central Asia, Uzbekistan. There, I said, why your wheat are small, but the soil white, the flashing white. They said, these are salt. So wheat growing on salty soil, high salt. So they accumulate salt. If you have salt, you grow wheat and harvest and take it out. Take the biomass. When the wheat is maximum vegetative growth, before flowering, you take it out and dump it somewhere because you are removing salt. So wheat critically are excellent to remove salt, phytoremediation. And also, look at this cover crop mixture. So when you go for cover crop, go for a mixture, tall, medium height and short. So you can intercept light, most of the light, so the plant growth and diversity will be much better. And if you don't know how to use combine cover crops, use the USDA. You go crisscross and then select summer and winter combine. Very easy way to do that. I'll give more of our presentation to Gary so he can copy. If you need, we'll be glad to give it to you. So easy way to do this. And how you design your cropping system based on soil and water quality, especially salinity or acidic or water quality saline. So look at here, these are the vegetable, different vegetables. These are soil salinity and irrigation is salinity. Look at here. Water, saline water has more effect at lower concentration than soil salinity. Because water salinity is all the saline compounds are highly soluble, are immediately uptake by plants, and that effect. But for soil, plant use the root to uptake. So plant needs to use energy to get. But for water, they need less energy, so it will uptake easily and get affected. Look at the concentration, 4.1 for asparagus in soil, that is the threshold value. But if you look at irrigation water, 2.7 EC, they cannot tolerate more than that. So you have to think about this when you design the crop, tolerant, moderately tolerant and sensitive. So what are the future technology or new technology we are going to use to sustain our soil management under high tunnel? Nano fertilizer, one is.
They have a question, so they like to know what the ECE or ECW.
Oh, sorry. ECE means normally, in scientific term, ECE means soil salinity. Soil salinity. ECW is water salinity. W means water, electrical conductivity of water, electrical conductivity of soil. Sorry. So future depends on nano fertilization. You need not lot of fertilizer, you need small amount of fertilizer for nano. Because it's so fine, its uptake is very fast and reactive, and that enhances the growth and yield. And look at our research, we had nano iron, conventional iron and chelate iron. Look at the size, 7, 8 and 9. Look at the size of the tomatoes. The yield increase and the quality of tomatoes increase with less fertilizer. Other one is aspirin. The aspirin you take as a medicine, you can use aspirin. So aspirin is excellent to improve plants' defense mechanism against drought and salinity and heavy metals.
Yes.
Yeah, when you take aspirin, it does not take away your pain. It improves your temporary immunity, metabolic activity. So blood flow will improve, heart pumps right way, so you don't feel that. It's a temporary effect. In nature, it does. That's why salicylic acid is the precursor or active ingredient of aspirin. It comes from willows, because willows can grow anywhere. It's so strong plant. So that helps, and we are doing a lot of research. We have published research to show. We just published one last week, aspirin and nano fertilizer to improve tomato yield. ODA funded our proposal. So look at here. We apply aspirin in different concentration at 0.01 molar which is 138, around 138 gram per gallon. See how much they increase, but higher level decrease, optimum lower middle concentration improve the tomato yield.
So you're telling me that if I take my baby aspirin and put it in solution and water, and then feed my tomato?
Yeah, but the aspirin we take, it is a derivative of salicylic acid. So it has other compound. And salicylic acid is not soluble. You need to add a little bit more, rather than 1-2 tablets. Or you can buy from store sodium salicylate. It is not expensive. You need few grams to make solution and apply. Okay, we have to stop at 11:15. Just give me 5 more minutes, I'm almost. Okay. Yeah, almost done. Yeah, so salicylic acid, and look at here, the recent one we just published, that aspirin and lower rates of nanofertilizer improve the nutritional quality of tomatoes compared to standard nitrogen NPK fertilizer. Hydrogen peroxide improves plant productivity, but most of this productivity depends on soil porosity. To improve the soil porosity, oxygen, erosion, and all these kind of things. Magnetic electrolyzed water is a new kind of water, highly effective, and not only help plant to grow good, but it kills organism. Look at that organism. When we apply electrolyzed water, it kills all the fungus, rhizoctonia, killed. You see the got cleaned. Magnetic water, another one is magnetic water. This also improves the production. Here is without magnetic water, with magnetic water. So our conclusion is you have to have managed soil and water, test the soil to get what is the quality of soil and water, and crop rotation and cover crops. Use crop rotation according to the demand of the nutrient and salinity tolerance, and cover crops, which is an excellent example of TTCL or mixture, and fertilizer application or optimization. Use those fertilizers and compost which has less salt index, and irrigation efficiency. So when you irrigate, use this concept. It's a simple concept you can do by yourself. And salt management using chemical inducer aspirin can enhance crop tolerance on your existing saline soil, or you flush out salt from the high tunnel soil by using processed water or natural water, using the simple equation. Just measure EC. What you have, what you want, and how deep you want to clean. That's all. So our overall idea, the God has given us a miracle, which is soil. We have to maintain the quality or healthy soil, and healthy soil will give us healthy food, clean water, and healthy people like me, fatty guy. Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks a lot, Steve. Really appreciate it. Great presentation. For the sake of time, we will move right into our next presentation. There was a question about the PowerPoint handouts, and so after the presentation, we will work with Bradford Sherman. So everything will be loaded onto a website for you to download. And so we are, no matter how much time that we have, it seems like there's never enough time. So our next speaker is Dr. Matt Kleinheinz. He is another Fulbright scholar from OSU. We're very lucky to have. Oh, so Matt's club or something. Matt is a professor. Dr. Kleinheinz is a professor of vegetable physiology. So he's going to talk about the innovations and techniques of managing high tunnel environments. He's done a lot of research in this area, and he's got a very strong engineering mind. All right, go ahead, Matt.
Hello, everyone. Good to see you. Good to be with you. Very, very honored to be sharing this time with you. And I'd also like to thank, obviously, the program organizers for making all this possible, and very much especially the folks who are hosting in other locations. I'm giving a bit of a 1 or 2 minute preamble to make sure that my voice is coming through well at the other locations. Obviously, the people here in Worcester, I think, are okay, but I want to make sure that my voice is coming through okay in the other locations as well. Is that true so far?
Hear you.
Yeah, we can
Okay.
hear you here too.
Okay, good. So, want to say thanks again. A couple of quick notes before I get into the content that I've been asked to share with you today. I also have a very strong interest in the management of soils within high tunnels, and I've been fortunate through the years to partner with many members of my team, 2 of whom are here today, which is a true treat. Oftentimes they're not available to be where I am speaking, and I'm representing their work. So you may want to talk with them about it as well. Anyway, I too have a long-standing interest in the management of high tunnel soils, partly through the use of green manure crops. And we have used TEF. TEF was mentioned earlier today. We've used TEF in a number of other crops for that purpose, and have always been impressed by TEF and its abilities. Obviously, a warm season grass produces tremendous amounts of biomass under the right conditions and can be very positive to work with. Results from that work can be found often at what we call here in Ohio the Specialty Crops newsletter blog. It goes by the name VegNet, VEGNET. Of course, you don't have to live in Ohio to look at the website, but you can find information from across the special crop sector at OSU, but specifically to high tunnels and the content that I'm developing partly there as well. Next, just a little closer, okay. Next, I'd like to mention that you have a copy of my slides in your booklet, and you'll see that the last slide is my business card. So I would very much welcome hearing from you after today, if I could be useful. So please don't hesitate to reach out. I'll do what I can to help you, and if including referring you on to some other experts that are far more adept at addressing your question than I might be. Speaking of slides, you'll notice today that I use many. Okay, I might have the record here for having the most pages of slides in the booklet. I'm not sure, I didn't count, but I do tend to use a lot of slides. I'm forewarning you about that because sometimes people, as they're participating in a presentation like this one, they might want to study the slides. Like, there's a visual, I've got to study this, I've got to take it in. I will do my best to pause on the ones that might, during which you might benefit from that. At other times, I'm going to be flying through them, and you might only be up there for 5 or 10 seconds. You might say, wait a minute, my advice would be to listen first, and then use the visual as reinforcement. And of course, if they're out of sync or there's still a question, please don't hesitate to either speak up at the time or as we have a chance to hear at the end. Okay, so without any further delay, I have been asked to discuss innovations and opportunities in the area of managing the environments inside our high tunnels. And I'm always a fan, as an extension person, I'm always a fan of encouraging people to use the leverage that they have to address the question or the issue that they might be having or facing at all times, from, I say, seed to sale. And of course, leverage, as you know, is a force multiplier. It allows you to exert some sort of force and multiply it and have a bigger effect. And we use levers all the time, and arguably your most important leverage is what you know. In addition to what you can do, but what you know, beginning with what you know, is arguably the most important leverage. And today you've made some investment in learning more. And I am learning more as I listen to the speakers and listen to the folks in the room and online with us as well. So I appreciate that very much. As Logan hinted at, I do tend to think of high tunnel production as farming in a clear box, usually without the aid of climate control systems, as opposed to our greenhouses And as opposed to the open field where you're not in an open box, you have the open sky and all of the universe above you. But in a high tunnel, you've inserted a thin layer of plastic between you and the rest of the universe, and everything changes with that action, okay? As you know, the environments inside the tunnel are subject to the environments outside of the tunnel. This is whether or not the wind is blowing or not, the sun is shining or not, the temperature is rising or not, the soil temperature is going up or down, whatever that might be. The reality is that you as a high tunnel user, and Liz Maynard might recognize this picture because she provided it to me, but as a high tunnel user, you are managing the environment inside that box, and you need to pay attention to the environment outside of it. Of course, we'll get into that. Because all the actions you take or do not take, whatever you do or do not do, to affect the environment inside the tunnel, depending on the crop that's in there as well, that determines your outcomes. That's the simple flow chart that you're seeing there. You start with, the weather, you start with where, we'll get to the ventilation status in a moment, and your other practices, whatever conditions near the crop pervade, and what that crop is it tomato or lettuce, whatever that might be, that determines your outcomes. In every cropping cycle, you have an opportunity to rethink and review what you did and did not do, to ask what you might change next time, okay? I would argue that as you go through that process, we are all subject to the laws of chemistry, biology, and physics. And they work nonstop, even when we are sleeping, even when we're taking a day off, so to speak. They are unalterable. You cannot change them just because you don't like them. They're going to go on, and you must arguably then work with them. So that's part of what a high tunnel grower is doing. You're working with the laws of chemistry, biology, and physics all the time. And like I say, they're nonstop. They cannot be changed. And so it's our part to flow with them, if you will. Just like a factory, there are inputs and then there are expected outputs. And plants are biological factories. Biological factories that use air, that use water, that use the sunlight, that use anything that can be taken from the Earth's crust, like fertilizers, plus that photosynthetic organism, plus your brain, plus what you know, plus that all of how you bring air, soil, water, and materials from the Earth's crust together with the photosynthetic organism that you're growing. These are the laws of chemistry, biology, and physics in action. And how you do that, how you integrate all four of those, determines how much money you make. And that, if you will, the quality of your production scheme, if you will. That means then, it would benefit you, as you I'm sure already know, to watch the laws of chemistry, biology, and physics that you're attempting to manipulate, if you will. That means, what is the day length in Ann Arbor versus Piketon, Ohio? What is the day length? You're subject to when the sun rises and sets. You're subject to the natural fluxes in temperature. Of course, these are changing, they vary, but the laws of what we call central tendency, what pervades what is true most often, operate here. So what are your temperature profiles? Because, again, some more roots of your success is recognizing that leverage point again. What do you know? Part of what you could know is that you have fixed amounts of time, sun, water, nutrients available to you. You do not have an endless supply of all of those. You have a fixed amount of those. No one has more than you do. No one has more time than anyone else. We all have 24 hours in a day. Anything that interferes with the best possible use of those basic resources hinders your success. So I like to use this analogy. Some people have heard it before. They're possibly tired of hearing it, but I still think it works. It can work. I guess if you have heard this before and you're hearing it for a second time, please see me during the break and tell me this doesn't work. You need to change. Anyway, two kinds of races that we're often familiar with. The first kind we're very, very familiar with. We ask how long does it take you to run a mile? How long does it take you to run a 100-meter dash? We're gonna have the Olympics in a while, we'll see all this. How long does it take you to ski down the hill of fixed length? But I think as growers, you're actually involved in a second race. You have all of this time, and how far can you go? Right? So go back here, you know, what resources do you have? How much do you do with them? That's the real question, I would argue. And in that process, specific to plants and specific to high tonal production and specific to this 30-minute presentation, I'm talking about light temperature relationships as being a major driver of productivity in that system. Because unless you're running a climate controlled greenhouse, unless you're expending the big bucks to light up the night, and unless you're spending the big bucks to heat and cool and keep those plants exactly where they need to be for optimal productivity. Remember the picture of the Ford? Sorry, I used Ford. Anyway, Frank, okay? Ford truck manufacturing facility, right? Plants are biological factories. If you're counting the tomato fruit, leaves of lettuce, number of carrot roots, whatever they might be, you're running a biological factory. And the people who run these biological factories know very well what is required to maximize productivity. And as I had a long conversation with a grower yesterday, we talked about how a person who runs a climate controlled greenhouse should know their productivity 5 years before it happens. They know what they can put out. That isn't the question. The question is how much will it cost them? All right? We in a high tonal business, using natural fluxes of energy and usually the soil, we don't know our productivity. So we're trying to always, of course, optimize it, if you will. So the effects of a poorly managed environment can be acute, chronic, and cumulative. You can, of course, really damage your crop with one episode of a problem, overheating, freezing, what have you. Or you can just have this steady drip, 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 drip of lost productivity because the environment is not optimal. And you see that at the end of the year's tally sheet. So it may not be drastic, it may not be like, you know, obvious loss. But if you're getting below average yields or not the yields that are less than what are possible, it's possible that it could be traced to environmental management. There is no formula, recipe, or do-it-yourself guide for how to do this. You all know probably that you're learning from experience and have learned from experience. So we have to rely on some principles, some tools, some guides, and what I call weighted observations. These are observations that come with time, with like time and testing. So there's no research-based publication necessarily on some of these, but they're still valid, if you will, from the standpoint of at least a person's experience. And so I would argue that no matter what you grow and over what time of year you're using the tunnel, or the whole year that you're using the tunnel, some of what you're going to hear next applies, okay? I will focus on 5, I guess, ways to manipulate the environment inside a tunnel. There are more, but I've chosen these 5 because I think they apply to many people and they are scalable in terms of the number of size of tunnels, number of tunnels, cost, and so forth. But also, I think that especially when we get to the ventilation status, you will, I hope, appreciate that anyone can do this and anyone could possibly improve on it. I've been at this. I'm not claiming any special knowledge or special experience. I'm simply saying my team and I, including Sonia Walker here in Worcester and John Spiker, we have been at this for 20 years and we are still learning. We still have questions. We still are curious. How much more, how can we do, or what can we do differently to make the process go better? So I'll talk about films first, just a couple of comments. Gary mentioned early on about how the temperature in the tunnel in July can be too high. Well, sure, we all appreciate that. Solar ice, that's the trade name. I don't know if that's still the trade name. But this is a film that we tested some years ago, and sure enough, it works. It has properties that end up reducing the temperature in the tunnel relative to the outside by 3 to 5 degrees, depending on the situation. Those additives eventually break down, and when you replace the film, you know, in other words, that effect diminishes over time. But it actually works. It's weird. You walk into the tunnel, and it's 3 degrees cooler. You might say 3. I mean, how much of a difference is that? Think of those cumulative effects over time, right? So a film like this is available. covers. Some of you are familiar with these covers. Well, if it's too hot in your tunnel and you're only using it 3 seasons, perhaps you ought to consider, the spray-on liquid shade, for example, or whitewashing as we would call it, whitewashing the tunnel, or using shade cloth, one of the any number of the particular densities, if you will, percent reduction in light. And you could end up having a tunnel that, you're single or one of your tunnels entirely covered. This anodized film, I believe the more silver white film is even more effective than the shade cloth alone. It's not only reflective, but preventing the transmission of light through the tunnel as well. It's a little bit more expensive, but a little bit more durable and a little bit more, and more effective. And of course, if you're running more than one tunnel, you could have one that's shaded, one that's not, depending on the crop that you're working with and its environmental needs. Again, remember, this is all about optimizing the environment for the crop that you have, okay, in the tunnel. And of course, you can, especially in the case of whitewash, shade part of the tunnel. If you happen to have one crop that wants shade in that part and another crop that doesn't benefit from it in another. So you're always asking, or at least I've always been challenged by this question when people ask me, and I think John even asked me this some years ago, when do I put the shade cloth on? Well, I don't really know. When do I take it off? Hard to know exactly. What shade should I use? I'm not quite sure. It comes down to your particular situation. And so I've always encouraged people to test, do something, watch, observe, make notes, keep records, and ask yourself, could more shade have been useful? Maybe I'll try that next year. Or maybe I overdid it. I put it on too early, or I took it off too late, or whatever the case might be. But it's crop and stage specific, and this is not the time for this, but I will just to elaborate. But I will say my team and I are working on alternatives to shading that we're kind of excited about, that address some of the limitations of this type of approach. Suffice it to say, think of it as a shade wall that you can raise and lower when you need it. Okay, that's what we're working on. Okay, fans and misting, with or without misting. Now, Tim Coulong, who is my counterpart at the University of Georgia, his team did a really good piece of work, published it on various ways of cooling a high tunnel, including with misting. I do not have the paper right here in front of me or give you the citation, but if you contact me, I'll be glad to send it to you, or you might be able to find it yourself with a simple Google search. But I'm capturing some of the work that he shared, and a report that he shared there, and some other information. Well, almost always we want air movement in the tunnel. So if you have electricity at the tunnel, consider, and don't have fans in it, consider hanging some fans and circulating the air in the tunnel. One direction down one side, the opposite direction down the other side, and slightly angled downward. Stirring the air, mixing the air will help improve the conditions inside. A good investment on a limited budget to just move the air through the tunnel. Misting is more tricky, and we'll hear from Andres later and others. The question came earlier today, great to mist, to perhaps reduce the spider mite population, but what about the foliar disease? Yes, we are stuck with those kind of conundrums and compromises. So I'll mention that here again. Evaporative cooling does work. It also could promote foliar disease. So this has to be done very carefully. And again, some people are working on options for that, but you can create a fog. You can cool the tunnel and cool the crops with this approach. Again, it's the laws of physics at work. Okay, evaporative cooling. At the same time, recognize that the biology might be working against you if it's overdone or wrongly done, if you will. Heating, especially the root zone. We have been talking about how do we cool the tunnel. Well, now I'm mentioning about heating the tunnel. Well, this is often what we're doing. We have different approaches to heating the tunnel when we need it. All of them focused on heating the air. Makes total sense. They're effective. It's settled science, okay? I'm not here to question anything about the solid recommendations and solid experiences that people have had with heating their tunnels, heating the air in their tunnels, using any number of, I'll say, recommended or valid approaches, being very mindful of the ventilation and so on. Okay, that is important, okay? I'm here to, and in an emergency, you might even be able to use sterno. If you're not a regular high tunnel heater, but you want to protect that crop against a very low temperature moment, and you have a few dollars to spend and you can get this or have it on hand, you can open some sterno and be mindful. It's a flame inside of a very flammable structure. Do not burn the high tunnel down. Well, the frame will still be, there's kind of some laughter in Worcester, but it's obviously, we're laughing as we whistle past the graveyard kind of thing. We understand that the frame will be there, but the plastic won't be in about 15 seconds. It'll be gone. The point being, it can work and does work, but only under limited and very safe conditions. So we're been heating the air, but what about the soil? Well, this is a temperature profile from April 6th of 2021 to September 6th. The orange bar is the soil temperature, the gray bars are the air temperature. All I'm trying to illustrate here is that for this tomato crop, you see that was set April 5th. The high tunnels are unheated. They were set in black ground cover that was established on March 29th. What I'm trying to draw your attention to is that the optimal temperature for tomato roots are 65 to 70, and the soil in this condition did not reach that consistently until early June, 2 months after they were planted. Which means investments in air heating, which we did not make, but others do, may or may not be having maximum effect because the soil is also not warm, and there's a whole lot of work going on, or needs to go on in the soil. So be mindful of the potential to improve things with soil heating. I looked at this, or I say our team looked at this, and I asked them to explore how many times soil heating had been included in extension conferences and programs much like this one, and the answer is not often. You see a bunch of zeros in there. All that means is that this is not a topic that people talk about, and so maybe I am a complete outlier, or maybe it's something interesting to pay attention to. Some years ago, we, along with 4 farms, looked at this more carefully. 4 farms, 2 of which had already done some soil heating work, and we were learning from them. We established experiments at OSU, which I'll show you here in a moment, conducted by John Spiker, who's in the back of the room, along with Green Edge Gardens in the Athens area. So to John's experiment, we are lucky to have these high tunnels with raised beds in them. Those of you who will go on the tour later today will have an opportunity to see this. But we established the opportunity to heat the soil using electric cables. And then I will explain this in a moment. This is the treatment list. We were combining typical grower practice, which is no heating at all, no ground cover, no row cover, no plastic, or yeah, let's use some film to create a greenhouse effect during the day, or let's add some fabric at night to retain the heat that's built up during the day, and to some of those, let's add some soil heat, okay? So it kind of looks like this. You have electric cables, cords heating the beds that are heated. You have plastic on the beds during the day that deserve them, so to speak, by the treatment list. You have ones that are uncovered. And as you see along the edge, the white row cover that will be put in place at night in some of the treatments, right? And so another picture of the same thing. So you see this mix of everything happening in one tunnel. And this is what the lettuce looked like at one point. Again, number 1 is just a high tunnel. That's all you get. You know, you put the beds in, you put the lettuce in the beds. That's what you see. Number 2, daytime soil heat. So we're heating during the day with the soil, the dust soil, and we're covering at night with fabric. Number 3, daytime film, so like number 2, nighttime film, of course, is always there as well, sorry, and the fabric. So now we're retaining the heat that was developed during the day. And then number 4, daytime film and soil heat, nighttime film and fabric, so all of them. So I think the message is that if you are using one approach in your 1 or 2 tunnels, and you had not compared with other ones, you might be seeing in your own crops 1, 2, 3, or 4. So our job is to experiment so you can think about what you might want to do next. And the same was true of the carrots, same general effect. Okay, so we acknowledge in all cases, treatment number 4 was superior. As you can see with your own eyes, treatment 4 is superior to all of them in terms of productivity. Productivity, just like we created environments that were more conducive to those crops using that approach. So this is the range of that environmental management, if you will, and the laws of chemistry, biology, and especially biology at work here, and physics. And we recognize the challenges associated with soil heating, and that it's costly, but it can be effective in certain cases. Okay, ventilation status, and then we'll be wrapping up. The ventilation status is something we call the level of openness of the tunnel at any one time. Yes, ma'am?
Okay, just to go back to your last slide. I'm brand new to high tunnels. I'm trying to help an organization grow things in a high tunnel. And let's say your typical vegetables like tomatoes. When could you plant those here in Ohio and not have to worry about them dying from it being too cold on average?
So the question was, for those who are beginning their journey on the high tunnel production, and growing tomatoes, and they're just using a high tunnel, when is it most reasonable to establish that tomato crop in the tunnel and not worry about them dying due to frost, I think is what I heard you there. Depending on where you are, that could be here in Worcester, Ohio, I'll say middle of May 22nd, May 15th. North, it would be another week to 10 days later. South, it would be a week to 10 days, 2 weeks earlier. And of course, our friends in Indiana and Michigan will have their own perspectives on that. But yeah, for an unheated high tunnel.
So it's similar to you just putting it straight to the ground then?
Yes, but I would argue, I don't have the picture of it here. We have been picking tomatoes by mid-June.
So
with
they
no
can
heat in the
speed it
tunnel.
up a lot faster by having it in a high tunnel versus in the ground?
Yeah, we've actually had years where we were unable to, I'll keep this quick, where we were picking when we were establishing our field crop. And we had applied no heat in the tunnel. What we had used was row cover, very consistently. So that floating, the heavier duty Agribon, if you will, by trade name, we had put our transplants in the soil that we had put the ground landscape fabric on in late March. Kept the cover, the Agribon on when we could, managed the tunnel appropriately, and we were picking when we were just establishing in a wet spring our field crop.
So if you can cover it, you can plant it earlier?
Oh, definitely, yeah, let's talk at the break about the specifics, yeah. So these are some of the approaches that are, yeah, remind you of this, no need to elaborate on here. We also can appreciate what a really severe weather system can do if the high tunnels might be in the wrong, if you will, ventilation status. That the factors that are required for you to know what ventilation status is optimal at any one time is the level of sunlight, the air temperature, the wind speed and wind direction, and the orientation of the tunnel. All those factors come into play when you're selecting where to position the side walls and the end doors. And that decision affects the conditions near your crop, which goes back to your profit or your cropping outcomes. Now, most of that ventilation, again, is through the end walls and the side walls. Of course, we do have end wall vents, very, very important. Or we might even have ridge vents, which are even more effective yet, but of course more costly. We have used what we call a knee wall, because we like to, as much as possible, use our tunnels year-round, harvesting from them as often as possible year-round. We don't like to ventilate our typical sidewalls from basically only from just the baseboard up. We don't want that cold air to come in right at soil level. So we install this knee wall that you see in the bottom panel, which is just a row of wiggle wire track in the middle of the wall and on the baseboard, and an old piece of plastic stuck in there in the fall, so that when we do ventilate, it's only ventilating above the crop and the air has a chance to mix before it hits the floor, okay? And at the very least, it won't be cold wind coming right across the floor. So it's really simple, fast, cheap, way of controlling the flow of air in and out of the tunnel. And in our case, in this particular tunnel, this is actually, we obviously could do it more. This is only on typically the windward side, actually. If we put it on the leeward side, the downwind side, it might even be more effective yet. Anyway, picture taken in Kenya, where they are making wonderful use of wiggle wire and interchanging plastic and screen during different times of the year. We heard about insect exclusion. This is kind of like insect exclusion overall, because they have a tremendous issue with whiteflies. So out goes the plastic and in goes the screen at different times. Really cool. So again, these are the factors that you take into account. And I would argue that this issue is way more important than the amount of time we spend discussing it usually, or the amount of time that people think about how it could be affecting their business. We're fortunate to have these tunnels here on station. We're also have been fortunate to have a bit of OTA support, wherein we have tried, and folks have heard this before, it would be 620 combinations of ventilation statuses. If you multiply 5 times 5 times 5 times 5, you get 625, and that's the number of positions that we have thought are possible, and we've tried 620 of them, some more than others. You can see in real time what we're doing. If you scan that QR code, you will see right now the temperatures on the tunnels and the ventilation statuses of them. About 20 minutes before I came up here, I checked at our statuses, and Sonny had set them earlier about 11 o'clock, 10:45 to 11. And under the same weather, we have a temperature range at that time about 8 degrees across these tunnels, just by virtue of their ventilation statuses. So they're all under the same weather, but they're at different temperatures because their ventilation statuses are different. I did study those statuses, but I'm confident that they're just minor. You would consider them minor, like a quarter, one side wall being open a quarter and the other one not being open a quarter, something like that. Okay, so there's a bit of a decision to support dashboard for you to use, and here I'll just use some fixed graphs to show you what I just said. Again, all of these tunnels are under the same weather, and so any spread that you see in the colored lines, 100% due to the ventilation statuses relative to the orientation of the tunnels. So the black line is always the air temperature in all of these plots. And so of course they're warmer. I'm choosing, March 29th last year. But look at the spread that we can get, and you can see immediately the effect of changing the ventilation status. All right. Yes.
Cut your.
Yeah, I'm watching my time, and so I'll just make sure to say at the end, if you're interested in learning more about a way to control your sidewall positions using your smartphone, contact me, because it is possible to do that. Thank you for your time, I appreciate it, and hope to hear from you going forward.
I think there's a question in the chat for you. Let me pull that question up.
This is for all of our sites, and we're going to have a little commercial break. And this year we're quite lucky to get 2 sponsors, and one of our main sponsors is the Kingston National Bank, and this is Mr. Jim Ramsey, and you could give a few minutes of your plug for your business.
Yeah, so I'm Jim Ramsey. I'm an ag and commercial lender with Kingston National Bank. Kingston National Bank is an ag specialty bank. meaning we have a higher concentration of agriculture in our bank. We do obviously, equipment loans, lines of credit, real estate financing. We do work with the state of Ohio in the AgLink program, which offers us a little bit better rates on lines of credit. And we also work with FSA on beginning farmer, operating loans, those type of products. We work with Farmer Mac on real estate financing. So working with a community bank, it's a little bit easier maybe when you walk in, talking about high tunnels than if you walk into a Chase or a Fifth Third or somewhere like that. And then just personally I've owned a greenhouse business for 25 years, so I at least understand what a high tunnel is. So, I mean, we are located in Ross, Pickaway, and Fairfield counties. We do service the surrounding counties. If you're outside of those areas, be more than happy to still have a conversation, and maybe there's a community bank in your area that would look at your financing. So appreciate being here and being part of this. And if you have any questions, I'll be around.
Hey, thanks a lot, Jim. I did put Jim's contact information in our chat, so the site hosts, and if anybody has questions, or if anybody needs Jim's information, you can give that to them. And again, thanks a lot, Jim. I really appreciate your support. Thank you. All right, thank you.
Gary, did you want Matt to address that question that's in the chat?
Yeah, go ahead. Now we have a couple minutes to answer questions in chat.
Question in the chat asked about the solar ice by trade name at that time, the cooling film. What is its price and what makes it work? What makes it work is an additive in the film that reduces some of the incoming radiation, the heat producing radiation. That's how it works. But again, that additive begins to breaks down over time. The price, I'm sure, has fluctuated. The difference between it and standard film. I can't quote a price for you right now. It used to be made by a company called AT Films. It's now made, that company, I believe, was bought out by a Canadian one and based in British Columbia, I think. But if you search solar ice poly, I'm confident that you will find your way to the current manufacturer, and it will have price information.
Thank you.
And how is the temperature? Matt, how was the temperature in the winter?
In that same high tunnel? I could pull up that data, Wenjing. It's a very good question. I'm confident it was cooler than during the summer. I'm sorry, cooler than the other tunnels with standard film. Because it's working by, again, reducing the heat producing incoming radiation. So it would also be cooler in the winter. For those who don't care, because they're not using the tunnel in the winter, it's no loss. They're trying to cool their tunnel in the summer.
How about other sides? Do you have questions about, let's see, my presentation or anybody else's presentation?
So Gary, you mentioned that you were going to have the presentations on a website. Where is that website?
I just.
Okay, here we go.
I was just updating the website while.
And the website.
Yeah,
What is
the website.
The website.
go.osu.edu/HT school.
Maybe,
it's the same website you used to register for the event. I've now replaced some of that information with links to the presentations. There will also be. Okay, thank you. Sorry.
Can you repeat?
Yeah. go.osu.edu. Might not work.
Yes,
it does. You got
/HT school.
So that link is actually on your registration.
Oh, it's just a prop.
So we have a question here in Worcester.
Okay, go ahead.
I got a high tunnel a few years ago, and when I first got it, I had them put a double top on it so that it theoretically would stay warmer in the winter. But the sides didn't have any double. Did I waste my time and money? I took it off.
So the question, while Matt's coming up, is that the grower had purchased a high tunnel, had double plastic put on the top, but not necessarily on the sides, and just wanted to kind of have a discussion on whether or not there was some investment lost with that decision.
For Dr. Matt Kleinheinz.
A double layer tunnel, a top with an inflation fan, probably?
Well, no fan.
It was
Just-
spacers?
They're just spacers.
Okay, sure, it was a little bit less effective than also having double sides. But that situation is probably the most common, double layer on the roof, but single layer on the sides.
Yeah.
So could it be more effective if the sides were also double? Yes.
Sure.
Also more money and perhaps a little bit more complicated, because the sides move and the roof isn't.
Other Michigan side, any questions from your folks?
I think we're set for now.
Okay, okay. I assume you all have lunch ready for your folks. Okay, any other sites? If you don't have any questions, we're gonna our side, we're gonna eat without you.
Oh,
Are we all good for lunch? Ready for lunch? Okay.
Yes, we are good for lunch.
Yeah, okay, yeah, Jonathan, maybe Jonathan's like me, yeah, ready for lunch, I'm born ready. Okay, so what's our format for lunch, Brad? Maybe tell these folks, just go get it.
Yeah, let's go get it.
Yeah, line up there,
We're gonna open the doors here.
maybe coming from the other side.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, go that way and then loop around.
Back to the.
It smells good. Yummy. Smell it out.
Yeah, go.
Cool.
Hey, are we, Gary, are we ready or what?
Yeah, we're ready.
Oh, I'm Andrew, by the way. I'm Carl.
Yeah, we need to get other people too.
Carl.
I'll see, where's the
Well, that's what you got this.
where's the other link?
I don't need it. What are you talking about? You talking about the hand?
Yeah.
I don't need it. In here, if he talks a little bit loud, which he kind of does.
Oh, he's
All right, so I'm gonna go ahead and start sharing for his screen.
So the birdie will look at you and that's.
The birdie will look at him anywhere he goes.
Yeah.
You don't have to move it.
Well, it's kind of hard. Sometimes it just goes, you see the side of the person, which is not the best. Okay, it's 12:45, 12:50 almost, and we're kind of almost like a Hawaii time or something. Anyways, always kind of behind somewhat, and hopefully we're somewhat caught up now. So how about all the sites elsewhere? I assume you guys are ready, and we are gonna get our afternoon program started. So the So the next presenter is Mr. Tom Parker. And he is a research associate at our center. And boy, he's been working for OSU for what, 29, 30 years? And he's done all kinds of research on vegetables and strawberries, and he's been helping me with raspberries and grapes and the whole 9 yard, kind of like the A to Z type of asparagus to zucchini type approach. And so with this much, let's go ahead to welcome Mr. Parker.
Thank you, Gary. Today we'll talk about high tunnel production and more like from a season extension standpoint. So I'll talk about a few methods in the tunnel that we've looked at here at the South Centers. We all know everybody loves local fresh strawberries. So local strawberries have high market potential. So we need to take into our thought process when planning to put out strawberries in a tunnel. Things like our site, location, our environment, our weather conditions we have, soil, fertility, different cultivars, types of plants, pest problems, and of course, maturity. So we'll start by talking about strawberry fruiting habits. June-bearing strawberry plants initiate flowers under short day conditions in the fall. The flowers open the fall and spring and produce fruit for 4 to 6 weeks roughly. Day neutral strawberries produce flowers regardless of day length as long as the temperatures are between 40 and 85 degrees. This is important when planting our strawberries to think about. The June bears, basically it's one crop and done. So you plant in the fall, spring, you harvest those berries and they're done. The day neutrals, on the other hand, could continually keep giving you berries depending on temperature conditions and the health of your strawberry plants. So we're going to talk just real briefly about transplants. So you have traditional plugs, which you could buy from many different plant suppliers. I heard Gary mention Norris earlier and others. So you could get plants from Norris as plug plants already. Some of our growers around the United States get tips in from Canada. Those tips come from Canada because they're supposed to be certified disease-free. They're growing conditions that help, reduce fungal disease that could be on the plants. So in, we'll say Ohio, Southern Ohio, most growers will get some tips in, say in August. They stick these tips in the soilless mix and then under a mist system propagate them out. And then you could plant them to the field early September to mid-September for a crop the following spring. Tray plants, those are a little different thing. They're still misted plants. So they're well-established plants which have multiple crowns. So the difference is the traditional plug plant has one crown. It develops crowns over the course of the fall through the winter. Most of those varieties do not go really too dormant. I mean, they go dormant, but they still stay actively growing throughout the winter. So the tray plants are well-crowned, larger plants, and then they develop the flower buds in the crown, and then they're put in to cold storage. And then when they're brought out of cold storage, they initiate those flowers almost immediately. So it's a plant that could be used for season extension. I could talk about how we used it here in a little bit, a little more extensively. So we'll start with just regular in the ground production. So typically, a lot of growers, maybe some of you are familiar with just plastic culture, strawberries in the ground, grown that way. In the tunnel, I think it's treated very much the same. So pretty much what you're doing outside in a field type situation, you'll be doing in the tunnel situation. Things you want to think about is you want to pull your soil sample, make sure your pH is where it needs to be, and then also adjust your P and K to whatever the soil test is recommending for a strawberry crop. General rule of thumb I like to use and have used over the years of doing strawberries is you want to put 60 units of nitrogen down. That's actual units, not pounds, of your nitrogen plus whatever your soil test is saying you need for P and K. And then in the spring, after you wake the strawberries up, take your row covers off or whatever you do, clean up your plants, then you want to start feeding them through the drip an additional 60 units of nitrogen using calcium nitrate or whatever source of nitrogen you like to use. So we haven't done the research since 22, 23. When Jing over in Purdue and ourselves had a study. So here's kind of the yields that we received on the varieties in our tunnel. You can see what those are. We have found, or my Brad Bergerford, who used to be here with us, and I always felt like if you get 1.5 pounds of strawberries per plant, you're making money. So that kind of roughly equates to a quart or roughly a quart per plant. So Chandler, as you see, it was a higher yielding in our trials in 22, 23. The problem with that, and I mentioned that later in my talk, is Chandler put on so many crowns, it overfruited. So we had lots of berries, but the fruit size was very small. And we can address that later. You see San Andreas and Monterey, they, they're all pushing 1.5 or a little better. So those really did well in our conditions. That year, we started picking strawberries mid-March in the high tunnel, and I took our last pick June 9th, I think. The first week of June, somewhere in there, we quit picking. So we harvested good solid couple months of strawberries. So if you have a market that you're going to, this does have some potential. If you had the whole tunnel full of strawberries, an early off season, most people don't think of strawberries till May or towards the end of May. Another variety that I've had luck with in the tunnel too, it was not in this trial, is Albion. And we'll talk about some pluses and minuses of stuff towards the end of the talk. We'll move on to tabletop production. This system is a pricey system we used out here in our high tunnel a few years ago with some different research. All the nutrient is provided through the drip water. It's nothing put down pre-plant or anything. We're using coconut coir bags. As you can see there, they're kind of compressed when you get them, but then you put some water to them, they swell up and you got a nice bag. It's a meter bag. I believe there was 8 plants per bag in one of those. This system, as you see, we have different tanks. You had tank A with calcium nitrate. We had tank B with the 8-10-26. And then if you want to mess with it, you can change your pH with tank C, which we did do here. You kind of see roughly in the bottom picture there what we had set up. The system could be very complicated. To do it the way we done is very complicated. It takes, much like Gary's raspberries, you have to test the water and stuff like that. So with these, ours, you see the gutter system. So any water that actually leached out the bottom of those, we collected in buckets and we tested that water and gave us our EC values. We tested pH values, and we could adjust our injectors according to what we was getting there to either lower or raise pH or the fertilizer content. So just starting out, there's other systems. Wen Jing had a system in her tunnels that is a lot different than this. It's more simple. She could probably get you information on that. I can't remember the name of the company that does that offhand, but it's more pots just a bit suspended in a wire system. Here's what we did again on 22, 23. As you see, none of ours hit 1.5 pounds per plant. It's a system that takes a lot of fine tuning. Myself, I'm just learning. There's others within Ohio State system that's really perfected this. One thing I've noticed with this system, if you look in my pictures there in the bottom right-hand corner, there's a lot of fruit hanging there. Something I learned, and I talk about it in a couple slides down here, that you really need to go in and thin the fruit over the course of the season. I think if we go in, remove blooms. If you look at when they're blooming, there's blooms that are bigger than others, smaller than others. Take out some of them small blooms, or as they're setting fruit at the pollination in there, get those fruit that are going to be misshapen out of there so the energy goes to the remaining fruit. We have done Albion in the past in this system. This is where I was going to talk about tray plants just a little bit. So we had looked at, like, say, season extension stuff with this several years ago. We took tray plants, which were Albion plants that we used, and we planted them. The first year we planted them in September. That year we harvested absolutely no marketable fruit. We ran out of daylight and heat in a non-heated high tunnel here at the South Centers. We had fruit, but they never ripened. So at Christmas, we just kind of took a green weight count to see what they do, and then we kind of put them to bed for the winter. The next year we planted in August. In September, I started harvesting Albion strawberries and continued to harvest them through Thanksgiving until temperatures and light made it to where we weren't being able to harvest anymore. So at that time, then we took the plants and put them to bed for the winter. Talk about winter protection a little bit and row cover management at the same time. So in the high tunnel, of course, you don't have the temperature, you do have extremes, but not like you would if you're in the open field. Open field, all the winds, all the, cold air temperatures are hitting those plants. So you cover them, whenever temperatures require. So usually in Ohio, you're looking at, say, December, January, you're thinking about putting covers on your outdoor ones. Well, in the tunnel, depending on what you're doing. So in Wenjing and I's trial in 0203, we had day neutral plants mixed in there along with your June bearing plants. So we were fruiting some of those day neutral plants that fall. So we had some small harvests. So I was pulling row cover on and off of those every day. So that morning I'd pull the row cover off so that the blooms could get air moving or any bees that were actually out there to pollinate. And then before I left for the day, I'd pull the row cover back over just to keep it nice and warm in there so we didn't lose any bloom. The downside was I think that the June bears like Chandler produced more crowns with that heat. It just kept them growing. So then we had lots of small fruit that following spring. The tabletop system, same sort of deal. I pulled covers on and off of those as we picked those as well. So then once we were done and decided to put everything to sleep for the winter, and we pulled the row covers in the tunnel on the tabletop system, I actually removed them from the tabletops and put them on the ground. But first I gave them, I'll say, just a haircut. So we cut all the foliage off above the crown and be sure not to damage the crown. That way they didn't transpire a lot, need a lot of water over the winter, and we could set them down on the ground, and I covered them with row cover to protect them through the winter so that the crowns could continue to develop and make flower buds for the following spring. So, things to consider when growing in the tunnel, cost of investment. There's not as many plants in that, say, 30 by 96 tunnel as you'd have in an acre of strawberries. So you still got a lot of cost there between the tunnel and then your plastic or your chemicals and fertilizer. So you got to make sure it's right for your market, where you're at, and that you can, get return on your investment. Plant costs are rising. As I said earlier, a lot of the plants come in as tips out of Canada. Well, we all know what's happening there with tariffs. So of course, plant cost is going to go up to try and produce your plants. As I said earlier, some cultivars like Chandler can overfruit. So if I would have been thinking when we did that, maybe I should have went in and removed some of those blooms. We had 50, 60 bloom or better on some of those plants. It just was way too many bloom. So I talked about that. Disease issues. I've raised strawberries for many, many years, as Garrett's have been here 30 years. Outside, you don't worry about powdery mildew on strawberries too much. I've never seen powdery mildew on strawberries. Not to say it don't happen outside, but I've never personally seen it. In the tunnels, a whole different circumstance with the humidity and just the climate you got in there, maybe not the air movement that you get outside. I have seen lots of powdery mildew develop on the strawberry leaves, and if not taken care of, I've seen the fruit actually be white at harvest if you can't get it under control. Another big issue would be spider mites. So it seems to be the main pest when you're looking in greenhouse circumstances, but they like hot, dry conditions. So spider mites, earlier in the season aren't a big deal, but if you're trying, say, your day neutrals, if you want to rejuvenate those and keep them blooming and try and harvest them throughout the later summer months, spider mites could just come in there and devastate if you cannot keep them in check. And I'm sure they'll talk about this later, but a lot of miticides you can only use one time, maybe 2 times, and you're done. So if you don't keep them under control, they can really quickly bring your crop to a devastating end. And then make sure you get clean plants. If anybody's growing plastic culture strawberry plants, I'm sure they've heard of the new disease that's really affecting them. And of course, they're all coming out of Canada. I'm sure there's in Ohio as well, or the United States. One last point to consider. Here we are talking about that. So here's the new disease. It's a fun name to try and pronounce, so I'm not going to butcher, but most people call it neopest. I was talking to some suppliers that I've used over the course of the last, say, 20 years of doing strawberry research. And Canada, the cultivars that are susceptible to neopest, they're no longer going to provide. So a lot of these varieties in which I just presented will not be available coming out of Canada. Chandler's a big one. Albion, all of those are susceptible. They're not going to be coming out of Canada no more. They will be available in the United States from other nurseries. Will they be disease-free? That's anybody's guess. So I do know that I was talking to them, and the plant supplier had been down in Florida looking at some different plants that are supposedly, I don't like to say resistant, I'll call it tolerant of neopest. So maybe it's slower to develop the symptoms or signs or whatever, but they are some varieties that will be available out of Canada this year. I was told about 15 million tips will be available this year. So that's basically what I have. I know I probably have flown through it pretty quick, but I guess there's room for some questions.
Yeah, I have a question for you. So when you mentioned 60 units of nitrogen, so what's considered a unit?
Okay, well, 60 actual pounds, so like if you look at your analysis on your bag or fertilizer or whatever, so you got a 19, well, that's got 19% nitrogen in that bag.
Okay.
So then that's how you're calculating that you need actually 60 units of that, say 19% or whatever. Is that, you understand?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
What about you all?
I know that's a foggy area.
Yeah.
I'm used to calling it that, and some people, and if I say pounds and people think I'm saying actually 60 pounds of fertilizer, no, it's actually 60 actual pounds at 0.19%.
Okay, the actual fertilizer.
Correct.
Yeah,
Correct.
actual fertilizer. So what if you change and switch to a different fertilizer, still the same?
You're still looking, no matter what your analysis is, you're still looking for 60 units in the fall, plus another 60 in the spring. Some people actually will go and feed some more nitrogen in the fall, because some people think that, so you put down your pre-plant granular, but you don't have a great big bunch of roots on that plug. So some people feed some nutrient through the drip like for the next week or two after planting so that they can actually take up that nutrient until they develop roots to actually grab the pre-plant.
Okay, how about questions from our audience, whether that would be Piketon or our sites in Worcester, Indiana?
Ann Arbor has a question.
Go ahead.
The new disease, how does it affect the plant?
Oh, the neopest.
The neopest?
Yeah, neopest.
It's, there Gary can say the big term.
Yeah, I practiced so many times. I'll probably say something like that in my sleep.
Well, it's, I'm seeing it, I haven't, we got some plants here and our plants do not show any signs, but I believe it is, discoloration, loss of foliage, necrotic leaves, and then I believe it can have effects on the fruit in the spring. I'm not sure. I haven't done a ton of reading on it. I probably need to, but I do know those are just quickly the general effects.
Yeah, the results are very devastating. You can lose 50% of your plants and probably more than that in fruits. So the pictures I saw from the fruits, they look like big, huge patches of leather, kind of brown patches, and
Kind of makes you think of leather rot.
Yeah, they look awful.
I do know there's farms I've heard in Ohio that's actually canceled their strawberry season due to this disease.
Yeah.
If a human can affect us.
Go ahead.
The question was, if a human consumes it, how does it affect them?
Yeah, can you repeat the question for us? This is Chris?
Yeah. So the question was, if a human consumes the strawberries that have been affected by Neopest coeliopsis, how would that affect them?
If humans eat berries that have
Yeah.
neopest,
Can they eat them?
well, how does it affect humans?
I don't know that I haven't heard anything about that. I don't know if Gary has or anybody else. I'm guessing that if the fruit's affected, you're gonna notice it, and I'm guessing you're not gonna wanna eat it anyway. I would assume it probably wouldn't hurt you to eat a berry if the plant has it, but the fruit would be unmarketable and probably never make it to your table anyway, would be my guess.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt you, but wouldn't necessarily hurt you, but you really don't want to eat the rotten fruits. So definitely not marketable and definitely not recommended for consumption.
We know what causes.
What causes it?
What causes
Well,
this infection.
So we should have a test at the very end. I've tried so many times to,
do you know where, I've not done enough research on it. I know it's been around for a few years, but it's really became prevalent in 24 with the plants coming out of the different suppliers.
Yeah, based on what I read, I'm not sure we know for sure what it is yet, whether it's a fungal, whether it's a bacterial, whether it's some unknown agent. And so right now I believe the pathologists are still trying to figure out what it is.
Is this limited to strawberries or is it something that's?
Yeah, just strawberries. So the question is the disease in Neopasteuropsis, is it limited to just the strawberries? And so far, yes.
Yes.
Yes, thank God. We don't need any more exciting diseases. Plant pathologists always love these exciting names. Okay, we have. Hey, Frank.
Hi, Gary.
Okay, we only have 1 minute to until the next person. Oh, let's give Frank a round of applause. Great job, appreciate it. Okay, could you introduce our next two speakers?
Yeah, I can. You need to stop your screen sharing so I can get our presentation up, though.
Okay, well, our IT guy's here. Okay, thank you.
Oh, yeah.
All right, so for this afternoon, we're going to have a new faculty member, which we're really excited to have. For those of you who may be familiar with Ohio State, you would have remembered for a long time working with Dr. Sally Miller, and she is retired, and so we're really thrilled to have Dr. Velazquez here, and now in that role as the fruit or the vegetable pathologist with Ohio State and here on the Worcester campus. So we're really excited to be able to hear from Dr. Velazquez today, and then this afternoon following, we'll have Dr. Ashley Leach, and she, again, is relatively new, so you may not have had a chance to meet her yet. Would have maybe had interaction with Celeste Welty. She replaced Celeste Welty when Celeste retired, and Dr. Ashley Leach is now based on the Worcester campus as well. So really great lineup of speakers here this afternoon. I will turn it over to you, and you are about in a perfect position for both in-person and the online folks as well.
Oh, I just want to remain here. Well, thank you so much for the introduction, Fran. You can just call me Andres. I think it's easier. But I'm very excited to be here. Thank you for the invitation. Today I'm going to be talking a little bit about soil-borne pathogens. Because we have so many crops, I just want to talk about tomatoes. But you can apply these management techniques to other systems. And I do want to mention, many of you probably know Dr. Sally Miller. She recently retired, right? But she's doing pretty well. She was my master advisor. I completed my master's degree here at the Worcester campus. And then I went to North Carolina for my PhD. So I'm coming back from North Carolina to Ohio. So I got accustomed to the warmer weather. So now I need to get again to the Ohio State mindset. But she's doing really well. She's enjoying her retirement. As you can see, she's had that big smile. So pretty much every day she's smiling. So the idea is to continue the great work she had done in the vegetable pathology program. And I would like to try this with you first. So I apologize to my friends from Purdue and Michigan State. So, OH? Okay, that works. Oh, thank you. Even over there, they are responding. So, and then I had a question for you. What do you think Buckeyes and Ohio soils had in common? They both know how to root for success. And I know it's a bad joke, but I got a smile from you, so I succeeded. So just a little bit, something to break the ice, but I would like to talk today about soil health and how to manage diseases and promote soil health. So what is considered soil health? So we know that soil health is, if we're gonna define it, is the capacity of the soil to function as a living ecosystem. And what that means that we want ideally the soil to have biodiversity. That means diverse microbes in the soil and diverse insects. And we also want to minimize disturbance. That means that these microorganisms, these insects, these plants living in the soil, ideally we want to allow them to grow and keep our soil healthy. And we want to maintain our soils covered so this microecosystem can actually thrive. And we want living roots because, you know, microbes and plants, they work together to keep the functions of the soil. So this is what makes a healthy soil. And soil health is equal to our health. So there is this concept that soil health is equal to One Health, and One Health is the health of everybody. So that means that soil health is equal to plant health, and plant health allow us to get healthy food, and healthy food allows animals and people to be healthy, and also to get profit that is necessary to survive in our society. And this concept of soil health is equal to one health is almost 70 years, 7 decades. Yeah, 7 decades old. It was developed by this agronomist in Britain. Her name was Lady Edith Balfour. Though this concept of one health is long, the idea of integrating this is pretty new. So how many of you already heard about One Health, the One Health concept? I see one person. So yeah, it's kind of a new concept that healthy soils, healthy plants, and healthy people equal a healthy society, right? So we want to start with healthy soils, right? And low soil health, I say, right, is equal to more pathogens. And what is that? Soil-borne pathogens, they are always in the soil, and even though they are in the soil, they are present, they require certain conditions to actually cause disease. So it depends on the qualities of our soil, also the climate, and the agricultural management. And many of these things we cannot control. We cannot change the soil that we have. We cannot change the climate, but we can work on the agricultural management. And the way usually we grow crops in high tunnels is through monoculture, because we grow the same crop year after year. And then you can imagine that these pathogens, they are in the soil, but if you grow the same plant over and over, their populations start increasing. And then you have a lot of these soil-borne pathogens in the soil, and it's when you start seeing the problems, right? Because their populations have already increased. And some of the pathogens, soil-borne pathogens that are common here in Ohio are Fusarium, that is a fungus. It's causing Fusarium wilt, that is plant wilting. It pretty much grows inside the vascular tissue of the tomatoes, and the plant cannot take nutrients and water. Then we have some root pathogens. This is Pyronicheta lycopersicea, so also a tomato pathogen. It's causing corky root rot, so pretty much is destroying the roots that the plants need to take nutrients. And it's also a fungus. And we have this pathogen also called the Totricum coccidis, is causing also damage to the roots. So all these three are fungal pathogens. And then we have nematodes as well. So these are microscopic worms that actually infect the roots and can cause these galls that you see in the picture. So this doesn't really kill the plant, but it limits the amount of nutrients that the plant can take. So you have lower yields. And Verticillium wilt, that is also a fungus that causes wilting of the plant. So the typical symptom is that you see these plants wilting and also a V-shaped lesion in the leaves. So those are typical symptoms. And as you can see, most of the pathogens that are important for high tunnels are fungi, right? And they are in the soil, and they can survive for many years. What made these pathogens so problematic, and I will take Verticillium as an example, is that they had survival structures. These survival structures allow these pathogens to remain in the soil for more than 5 years, even 10, even 50 years. So they produce these structures called microsclerotia. They remain in the soil. Once the conditions are right, they germinate, they make its way through the roots, they get to the vascular tissue of the plant, and then the plant can obtain nutrients and water, they wilt, and they produce more of this microsclerotia. The microsclerotia gets back to the soil, and the cycle starts again. So that's the reason year after year you are actually increasing the amount of this pathogen in the soil. So how can we reduce these pathogens and at the same time increase soil health? Somebody know the answer? So the the right answer is that there is no answer. There are multiple answers. So I'm sorry, it's that way because these are really hard to manage. So you really need to rely on integrated pest management. And this means different approach combined. So we have preventive, cultural, physical, chemical, and biological, and all of these can be integrated. For example, for preventive, we have starting with clean material, monitoring. For cultural, there are things that we can do to change the conditions. We grow plants. We have physical. We can do steaming, soil disinfestation, biofumigation, biological control using beneficial microbes. And we have fungicides and fumigants. Something to keep in mind is that chemical approaches, some are permitted under a conventional system, but they are not allowed under organic. So there are certain products. So I prepare a material. I'm gonna talk about the different options that we had to manage these pathogens. So you can scan it with your phone and it will send you to the website. And then you can get all the fact sheets for each of these management approaches, or you can type this address into your phone and it will also send you to the website where we have all these different management approaches. So I'm just gonna give you probably 10 seconds so you have time to scan it with your phone if you want. And then I'm gonna talk in detail about each of these options that we have. All right, so I assume people were able to scan it. So I'm gonna go into detail starting with prevention. What things we can do to prevent these diseases from happening, or at least prevent them from being an actual problem. And the first one is starting with clean plant material. So that's the first decision that we can take in order to keep these pathogens from our farm. So as you hear, like in the previous talk, they were talking about this pathogen, this fungus called Neopestalotiopsis. Yeah, it's a very hard one. But he was mentioning that the way this pathogen actually got into the nursery and to the fields was because they were contaminated and now they are established. So the problem about pathogens is that once you bring them, it's really, really hard to get rid of it. So ideally, we need to start with clean materials, start with certified seeds, certified plant material, if possible, right? And that will allow to prevent the introduction of these pathogens to our farms. If they are not already there, that's the best way to keep them outside. So one experience is that in 2023, some quarantine pathogen was detected. So all the seeds and all the plants that were produced, they were destroyed. They had this new virus called tomato brown rugose virus. So once the pathogens get into your field, it's really hard to get rid of. So detection of pathogens in these materials were key in order to keep these pathogens from the fields. And that brings me to my second approach, that is monitoring and early detection. We want to really keep an eye on these pathogens. So we need to really go and take a look to the plants from time to time. And as we produce in these high tunnels year after year, we're going to start seeing some plants that are stunted. They start to have chlorosis, they start to wilt, and you can see some spots in the field where the plants start to wilt. So the best way to go to make sure you actually are dealing with a plant pathogen is to contact your closest extension agents and to submit samples to the plant disease clinic. So we here at the Worcester campus, we have a plant disease clinic, and all the vegetable growers and fruit growers, they can submit the samples for free. They are not charged. You can work with extension agents. You can just give them the samples and they can bring the samples here at the Worcester campus. or you can just bring your samples yourself. This is a research conducted by one of the researchers here at the Worcester campus, Dr. Anna Testen. She's working for USDA. So she conducted a survey of soil-borne pathogens in the Midwest. So some states are Ohio, Kentucky, also Minnesota. But the take-home message is that most of the pathogens, soil-borne pathogens, she found in these 265 high tunnels were Cholototricum, Pseudopyrrhonichita, and Vericillium. These three are fungi, so mostly fungi, and also Meloidogyne, that is a nematode. So these soil-borne pathogens are actually present in the different high tunnels. So as I mentioned, year after year after year, you're gonna start seeing more problems of these because they are increasing, their populations are increasing. So it's good to take samples, especially soil samples. If you see plants wilting or stunting, like this plant that it looks pretty bad here, you can take soil samples from the root area of these plants, at least 20 soil cores, at least 6 to 8 inches. And if you see these plants wilting and stunted, it's better to get the whole plant. You submit the whole plant to the clinic so we can actually check the roots and the foliage. So sometimes happens that you actually see the symptoms in the leaves, but the problem is in the roots. So sometimes pulling the whole plant is the best way. And something to keep in mind, in the QR code, if you click on the prevented option, it will send you to the submission form for the submitting the samples to the clinic. And again, it's free, you are not charged, and you can submit as many samples as you want. Something important to keep in mind is that dry or dead plants, they are very difficult to diagnose. So ideally, you're gonna get healthy plants and plants with symptoms of the disease, and you put it in the C-plot bags and you try to keep the moisture, because if they dry, we cannot do a good diagnosis. And this is the address, and this is the plant disease director, Dr. Francesca Rotondo, and this is her contact. Again, if you go to the material I handed over to you, you can you will be directed to the link for this. And just remind you again, I think I did say this, but we got a grant to pay for the diagnosis, so it's free. You don't need to, you won't be charged if you submit your diagnostic sample. Now we're gonna talk about cultural management. So cultural management are things that we can do to reduce disease. For example, we can start by choosing resistant cultivars. So we have cultivars that already have a package of resistant or tolerance to disease, and they, usually the commercial plants, they will list what kind of resistance or tolerance they have. For example, Vericillium, you will see a V for Fusarium, you will see a F, and Nematodes N. The problem with resistant, and I will say it's the most effective way to manage diseases, but the problem is that they break. You know, year after year, they are used, then the pathogens adapt to the resistance, and they just break this resistance and start causing disease. And the problem is that to get a resistant cultivar, it takes more than 10 years, well, probably 10 years now. So if you have an issue like Neopestalotiopsis, we may work on getting a resistant cultivar, but that will happen in 10 years. So that's the issue. But it's the most effective tool for managing diseases. If you have access to resistant cultivars, that's the best way to deal with these soil pathogens. And again, you can get a complete list of resistant cultivars and the resistant package on the extension materials. Here is an example, for example, this cultivar, Erlinger. has a package against verticillium and fusarium. So that means that it still is susceptible to nematodes. And it will just mention what are the characteristics. So I know what happens. Sometimes these resistant cultivars, they are not tasty. People don't like the taste. So what you do, you can try grafting. So what is grafting? Grafting involves combining the scion that is of your preference. You can take the cultivar that the markets like and combine with a tolerant rustod. That means a rustod that is either resistant or tolerant to the disease. And that way you can keep the best qualities of the cultivar that you like. So what's the problem? It's more expensive to get this kind of grafted transplant. And if you're going to do the grafting yourself, it requires some training and specialized equipment. Maybe not equipment, but you need some space for the plants to heal that you can provide moisture. But that being said, I can tell you that grafting is one of the most effective ways to deal with soil-borne pathogens besides resistant cultivars. So in this figure, you can see in the y-axis the amount of disease from 0 to 40, and in the x-axis the different treatments with tri-grafted and non-grafted plants against verticillium wilt. And you can see that grafted plants had significantly lower disease, and in this figure you can see the yield, and they have significantly higher yield as well. So depending on your situation, like Dr. Kleinhans was mentioning, every situation is particular. So if you had some soils that are really contaminated, for example, with verticillium, and you still want to produce in those soils, maybe the cost of the grafted plants and the extra yield account for that. But again, that's situation by situation. But I can tell you that at least in terms of efficacy, grafted plants are the most effective way. Then another option is using compost and organic amendments. Of course, this won't solve the problem with the soil-borne pathogens, but you will actually encourage biodiversity in your soil, because these organic amendments, they contain fungi and bacteria that are biological control agents that can actually control these pathogens. So this is more a slower approach that is effective, but it takes time to build that microbial diversity. And research done here at the Ohio State, especially in the Worcester campus, probably a couple years now, show that these organic amendments, they contain these microbes, and they significantly reduce disease. But as I mentioned, it's a slower approach. And these are some of the organic amendments that can be incorporated into the soil. But something to keep in mind is that you really want to use pasteurized or sterilized material. That means that they need to be treated, because if you use fresh material, you may be bringing also pathogens, seeds, weeds, and other nasty microbes that you don't really want to bring into your soil. So you really want to use things that are pasteurized, I mean heat treated. And here is a complete list of organic amendments that you can incorporate into your soil. Most of them are compost, and compost is pasteurized, so it won't be bringing these nasty microbes into your field. The other option is using crop rotation and cover crops. So crop rotation means that systematically you change what you are growing in your high tunnel. So the idea is to break that cycle of growing the same thing year after year. So some options are, for example, brassicas, like mustard, radish, broccoli, and they can help reduce the populations of plant pathogens. But I know the challenge is when to grow these crops, right? Because they need to fit into your schedule when you are not producing. And here is a resource to select what kind of cover crops you can actually grow here in the Midwest. But that being said, if you grow cover crops, you can also do biofumigation. And that brings me to the a next management tool that is physical management. So biofumigation, the previous speaker was talking, has some compounds called glucosinolates. And these compounds, they are incorporated into the soil and they can fumigate, biofumigate your soil. They contain these glucosinolates and they interact with enzymes in the soil and form isothiocyanates. So as you know, cyanides, they are toxic to living beings. So they actually act as a fumigant, a natural fumigant. So the challenge here is that using these cover crops that are optimized for biofumigation require you to grow these cultivars like Caliente and Caliente Rojo that contain really high concentrations of glucosinolates, but you really need to incorporate them within minutes because these are sulfur compounds, so they just escape. So you really want to incorporate them really quick, and then you need to wait 10 to 14 days after the incorporation into the soil, so these compounds actually penetrate in the soil. But again, the challenge is the time that you need to invest to grow these cover crops and then incorporation. And we have some research done about biofumigation. So this is research that you can go. Gene Jasinski, part of the extension team, he did some experiments on this, and there is a YouTube video showing how to do the procedure. And there is another approach, organic approach, called anaerobic soil disinfestation, and this requires to incorporate some carbon sources, saturate the soil with water, and then reduce the oxygen in the soil. So carbon sources can be any agricultural byproduct. That means like you can grow a cover crop, incorporate that, and then the microbes will start decomposing that. Then you need to saturate your soil with water. You really want to fill the soil pores with water so there is no oxygen. And then you cover with plastic during at least 3 to 6 weeks. And during that period of time, the microbes, they start breaking down the carbon source. And because the soil is saturated with water, the microbes go to an anaerobic metabolism. So all the pathogens, at least that we know so far, are aerobic. They require oxygen. So this process actually reduces the population of pathogens in the soil. And here is just an example. We use brewers' spent grain, that is the waste from breweries. We incorporate that into the beds. Then we lay the plastic with the irrigation system, and we saturate the soils with water. So saturation means that the soil pores get full of water. Then we tart this for at least 3 to 6 weeks before planting. And after that, we make holes in the plastic. We wait at least 3 days so the oxygen can get again into the soil and the soil can get back to normal. And then we proceed to transplant. So you use the same plastic. If you are already using plastic, this is an irrigation, this is a good system, right? So the challenge here is finding these carbon sources and waiting those 3 to 6 weeks. So I'm gonna show you how effective it is. So we tried this for tomatoes against this disease, verticillium wilt. So in this figure, in the y-axis, you can see the progression of the disease from 0 to 40, being 40 high disease and 0 no disease. And the treatments were controlled, fumigated with a fumigant, Piclor 60, and ASD, anaerobic soil disinfestation using spent brewer grain. And you can see that this technique is pretty similar to fumigation in terms of reducing disease, and also in terms of yield. It yields almost the same that the fumigated treatment. And then we had also biological control. So we can combine all these previous techniques with applying living organisms that actually can suppress these pathogens. So these are living microorganisms that can actually trigger plant defense and also can actually parasite these plant pathogens. For example, some very popular are, trichoderma, that is a fungus you can see in this figure. Trichoderma is the green one and the plant pathogen is the white. So you can see how trichoderma start eating the plant pathogen. And in the same way, we can use bacteria like Pseudomonas. Pseudomonas is this yellow bacteria here, and this is the plant pathogen called Sclerotinia. And you can see how Pseudomonas start, quotation mark, eating the fungi, right? So the idea is that when we apply these living microorganisms into our soil, they're gonna start, eating, quotation mark, again, the plant pathogens, pretty much producing certain compounds that actually kill these plant pathogens. And here is a list, a full list of all the biological control agents available. You can go to the material I shared with you, and there it should send you to this list of biological control agents. And something to keep in mind is that we can combine these different approaches. For example, Dr. Sally Miller, she did some research showing that you can disinfect the soil and also apply biological control agents. So you can combine both techniques. Here in this figure, you can see the amount of disease severity from 0 to 100. And you can see that 100 is more disease, 0 is less disease. And for example, in the y-axis, the different combination of treatments. So control means that there was no biological controls applying, no soil treatment. And you can see that there is a 60% disease for this disease called Rhizoctonia root rot. But when you combine soil disinfestation and this biological control agent, trichoderma, you get significantly less disease than doing each one per separate. So the idea is that we can combine all these approaches. In terms of chemical, I know that usually chemical is the most effective, but sadly we don't have that many options for soil-borne pathogens. And the reason is because since they are in the soil, the chemicals need to actually reach the pathogens. So it's really hard for these chemicals to actually reach the pathogen in the soil. Still, we have some options, and a good resource is the Midwest Vegetable Production Guide. It has a complete list of chemicals that we can apply. You can go to the website, and it will ask you to pick your crop or your disease, and it will give you some options about what kind of pesticides you can apply and the interval that is required to get again into the field. So this is a good resource if you want to explore chemical options. And finally, we have the combination of all the approaches that we can combine to actually increase and preserve the soil health. So by minimizing the disturbance in the soil, we can use prevention. We can also use biological control and soil organic amendments to keep biodiversity and cover crops and crop rotation to maintain our soil cover. So the idea is to overall promote soil health. And this is just a list of materials and fact sheets that you can consult online. Everything is online, and you can get some options for that. And also, here is my contact. Feel free to send me an email. I'm pretty good at answering emails if you need help or need some assistance about how to combine these different management approaches. And also, I have a quick survey for you about what kind of diseases and problems you would like me to study. So you can scan it with your QR code. Some people already have it printed here. So I appreciate you giving me some feedback. And with that, I will take any questions.
So Andres, I'm going to ask a question here in the Worcester location. So we talk a lot about resistance, and when I go and talk to growers, and some growers have some experience with selecting varieties with resistance, they come back and say, my plant still got that disease. So kind of highlight just here for a few minutes, what resistance means and why you should still put some value in adding resistance traits to your crops.
Well, usually this resistance in the strict like sense means that basically the plants won't get the disease because they contain some genes that actually slow down the pathogen and the infection. And what happens is that pathogens also can, you know, be overcome that resistance, and that means that, you know, using the same cultivars year after year allows this population of pathogens to actually be selected for the most the pathogens that can actually break and overcome that resistance. There are also many cultivars that have tolerance. So we call tolerance to cultivars that still get the disease, but they can still yield very well. And one example of that is the grafted plants. Grafted plants, these root stocks, they add more vigorous roots, they have bigger roots, they go deeper in the soil, and they still get disease. Like, for example, here, if we go back to the grafted plants figure, you will see that these plants, they still got the disease, but they got much less disease and they yield higher. So in that sense, these root stocks, they are not resistant to the pathogens, but they are tolerant. So they can allow you to, you will get disease, but you're still gonna get higher yields and you're gonna get less disease. I don't know if that answered the question.
So don't give up.
Yeah.
If
There is,
you
yeah.
So I think that what Andres really highlighted is still an important component of integrated disease management, because without, putting that emphasis on what he just talked about, integrating multiple approaches, if you put all your effort into reactive treatment with fungicides or other practices, you may be missing some really good initial steps with some of your selections up front. So thank you for.
Yeah, and like Fran was mentioning, it's important to consider as well that maybe just applying biological control agents is not enough itself. So maybe we can combine tolerant root stocks, for example, combining these with biological control agents or soil fumigation that can actually synergize and give us even higher yields. So all these are just tools in the toolbox. So ideally, we should be able to use all these tools together, if possible, right? I know each tool has its own challenges, but.
We had a question.
This is, oh, go ahead.
We had a question with our group here in Newark. Do all of these practices apply equally, or are they all applicable in the high tunnel systems and the outdoor systems in both scenarios?
Okay, yeah. My quick answer will be yes, yes, because you can use grafted open field. You can use certainly resistant cultivars open field. You can certainly treat your soil open field. You can apply organic amendments open field. Yeah, my quick answer will be yeah. All of these options you can do in high tunnels and also open field.
And this is Wenjing. I have a question about ASD. What's the carbon source you use, and do you think the carbon source matters?
Oh yeah, the carbon source. Let me go. The carbon source do matter. Some carbon sources are better for certain plant pathogens than others, and something like we really try to take in consideration when we do our research is that they should be agricultural byproducts and close to free. So in North Carolina, in the area where they grow tomatoes, there are a lot of breweries. So brewers spent grain, it was a waste and very easy to get and was free. So it was a good carbon source for us. But I know that here in Ohio, a good carbon source is wheat meal, yeah, because here is a byproduct from that industry. In Florida, for example, they use molasses because molasses is a byproduct of the sugarcane industry. In California, they use rice bran. So, and I will say this, the carbon source does matter. I will just picture an ideal carbon source will be, it should have this carbon nitrogen ratio of 31 at least, that 31 ratio, and also should be free or close to free. Yeah, otherwise it adds to the cost,
Should be close to free.
See free materials, like where are we getting free wheat? Because he's in Ohio.
There's a question of, in Ohio, where to get the free wheat as a carbon source.
That's a very good point. So something I'm gonna work hopefully this year is try to build a map of like industries that can provide these byproducts. But I will say, for example, in our experience, we contacted the breweries and they had all these ways that they didn't know what to do with it. Yep.
How good are wood chips, or are they bad?
Repeat the question.
Oh, so here there is a question about using wood chips for carbon source. Yeah, so the carbon source is something that the microbes in the soil, they use to break down, and in the process of breaking down this carbon source, they release the compounds, like for example, volatile fatty acids, some sulfur compounds. So the carbon source ideally should be easy to break down by the microbes, because you just want to keep your plastic, the tarping period at least around 3 to 6 weeks, and that carbon source will take a while to break down by microbes. So that's the reason brewers, spent grain, molasses, rice bran, they are good carbon sources. They can be broke down by microbes relatively quick, and they really, what actually I will call it biofumigates the soil are these volatile compounds. So during this period, the soil smelled really bad, because all these butyric and acetic acid smelled really bad, and that's good. So that means it's working.
So we're gonna wrap up. So we want to thank Andres for his presentation, and that was really wonderful. And I will say, you did, just to close out this comment, the carbon nitrogen ratio, you said like 3 to 1.
I was 25 to 1.
Oh, 30, 25 to 1. So there's a SARE publication, the Building Healthy Soils for Better Crops. There's a really great chart in that publication that shows the CN ratios for sources like, are you using wood chips or straw? So that would really go hand in hand exactly with what he's talking about. So thank you very much. We really appreciate it. And we're going to move to the next speaker. All right, so again, we're really glad to welcome Dr. Ashley Leach to continue with our program. And so we'll just turn it over to Ashley. And Ashley, this is a good spot for you to be able to be picked up by the camera. And don't wander too far.
I don't have a hard time with that one. Hi, everyone. So I'm going to talk a little bit about some high tunnel pests that we might manage. I've kind of had this oriented based on some of the conversations I've had with extension educators and others about what matters in high tunnels, at least in Ohio. So hopefully this isn't too Ohio-centric, but I've got kind of these two different topics I want to cover, which is first this big girl up here, which is spotted wing Drosophila, which really has loomed over the fruit industry. And then the little guys, so that's aphids and mites in particular, and I want to talk about different ways that we can manage these pests.
Yeah, we need to see your PowerPoint presentation.
So what, you're not seeing anything? Because it does say I'm screen sharing.
You still see Andres' presentation, not yours.
Okay.
We were seeing things, just not the things that we were looking at.
Now we got Frank, it's good.
No, it's fine.
Yeah, actually, yeah, let's go there.
Can you see it now?
Yeah.
Okay, all right. So I'm gonna talk about some flies, aphids, and mites. So getting kicked off here, I want to talk about spotted-winged Drosophila. First, what do we know about spotted-winged Drosophila, and then how do we manage this pest? So how many of you produce, well, I know I can't see virtually, but at least in the room, how many of you produce soft-skinned fruit in your high tunnel? Nobody? So it's pretty much vegetable. All right, well, hopefully there's gonna be others that produce soft-skinned fruit in high tunnels, and that will be relevant to you all. And the reason why we care about this pest is because of this larva hanging out there in the fruit right there. You can see those two larvae that are causing this infestation. And the way that this happens is mama down here, she's got this serrated ovipositor, which is essentially these saw-like appendages that cut into that soft-skinned fruit, and then they're able to lay an egg within that fruit. And that's why we have larvae squirming around in our strawberries, our raspberries, our blueberries, and causing a problem because we don't want to have these little larvae hanging out in our fruits. So when we look at what crops are particularly susceptible, it's soft-skinned fruits that are the most susceptible, but you can see that we've got vegetables, you know, even in cherry tomatoes, for example, we can see spotted-winged Drosophila infestation. So this isn't something that's only limited to fruit, but we see that raspberry and blackberry in particular are hit pretty hard by this pest. So now, when we're trying to prepare ourselves with management, we do need to have some context of what season we're walking into. So if we have cold winters, cold springs, we can actually say, all right, well, we're gonna probably have a smaller population that we're gonna be managing throughout the course of the season, as compared to a warm winter, a warm spring, like what we've seen in the past couple of years. We're gonna have to gear up for a pretty substantial population that we're gonna have to manage over the course of the season. And these, of course, are model simulations that were provided by Michigan State University, who has done a lot of, there's a lot of researchers that have been really focusing in on this pest. So when we think about harvest, if you have any high tunnel production where you've got berries that you're harvesting out, the earlier that you're going to be harvesting, the less you're going to be dealing with a significant infestation as compared to later in the season when we're going to have a population we're actively managing potentially while we're harvesting. And that's where we have an issue. That's where we have a problem. And, you know, this is a total aside, but my first ever research project I ever did when I was a baby, so this is 10 plus years ago, like 15 years ago, was actually high tunnel raspberry production, and it was working on this book. So I have a weird special place in my heart for this. I don't know how to describe that, but anyways, this is a pretty significant pest we're having to manage in high tunnel production because of this, because we're having to manage and harvest at the same time. But what we do know from these models is that when we have drier conditions, we tend to have less outbreaks. And that means that the humidity component when you're managing spotted-winged Drosophila is particularly important. And I'll come back to that in a second. In addition to humidity, we also have to be mindful of the host plants that might be around our high tunnels. So we've got a whole number of different wild hosts that spotted-winged Drosophila has no problem having babies in. Most importantly would be something like honeysuckle, Lonicera. So you've got these little fruits that are developing on honeysuckle, which are shown here in red. And this matters because this is one of the first wild hosts that spotted-winged Drosophila has in the spring. And you might say, that's fine, I don't grow honeysuckle, so why do I care, right? What's happening is that animal is shoring up an army to invade your high tunnel. What does this look like in real life? We've got one fly. That one fly turns into 2.7 million flies in the span of a month. So now we have all of those flies that can head over to your high tunnel and cause a real problem. So it's really important that you're thoughtful of what's going on around that high tunnel and how you're managing it. And we know that spotted wing Drosophila can move within the span of 12 hours, about 400 feet. So they have no problem moving from a wooded edge into the high tunnel to infest, for example, raspberries. So you might say, that's nice. How do I know if I have a problem? And this is where I have to give you kind of annoying news or bad news, because this is like the worst part about spotted wing Drosophila. It's not fun to manage. It's not fun to manage. It's not fun to monitor. And that's because we're dealing with these tiny little flies that are really hard to identify. But if you have this pest on your farm, I strongly, strongly recommend that you do monitor for this pest. You can use these bait traps. You can purchase this Sentry SWD trap. You can also make your own bait trap with different types of mixtures. And then certainly if you want to look for larvae in the fruit, once again, strongly recommend you do. If this is a pest you contend with, use a salt or sugar water test. And these can both give you a sense of if you have the larvae in the fruit. So I'm not going to go into the nitty gritty of this. We do have a lot of resources available online. And if you have any questions or anything like that, please reach out. We're happy to send those resources along to you. And there's a really nice kind of if-then statement here of if we have spotted wing Drosophila on the farm, what do we do? So if you don't have SWD on the farm, what do? You should probably be monitoring for it, especially if you have any type of vulnerable crops. If you found SWD on your farm last year, what do you do about it? You should be monitoring for adult activity. And then if you find it within that year, you find adults, then you should be doing salt or sugar tests to determine if you have larval infestation. So it gives you a sense of what you should do depending on what type of scenario you're in. All right, so what? What do I need to do? How do I manage this population? That's what we care about. So I'm going to walk through 4 different kind of approaches that we can take. The first is harvest frequency. We know in high tunnels, if we manipulate how often we harvest the fruit, we can drop our infestations. The sweet spot is 1 to 2 days. But I don't know about you, that's a lot of labor, having to harvest fruit every 2 days. So what I'm going to say here, this quick summary, is any way that you can increase your harvest frequency when it comes to raspberries or other small fruit is going to help drop your infestation here and allow you to maybe escape some of the larval infestations that you might have already faced in the past. We can look at microclimate manipulation, right? I mentioned that the humidity matters. So any way for us to manipulate that humidity is going to help us drop the population. What does this ultimately all mean? I'm not giving you, you're killing SWD by this or killing SWD by that. What I'm saying is, how can we limit this pest success? So we're changing the story. We're not saying that we want to kill it. We're kind of saying we don't want it to even succeed. So in this case, we can prune. And of course, production practices are always going to come above any type of pest management, I think, in terms of what we're ultimately looking for. We're looking for yield. So I'm not suggesting you do this just for the sake of trying to control spotted wing Drosophila. But if pruning is something that you already do, we know that if you manipulate your floricanes here and you reduce some of that extra bushy space, that means we're going to be dropping the humidity, limiting the success of that pest. So it's going to increase airflow, improve spray penetration when you decide to make an application, reduce humidity, and ultimately reduce the spotted wing Drosophila infestation. You can also use black weed fabric. The way that this works is it will inhibit or it will basically cause pupation to be very difficult. So that animal is not going to turn into an adult. It's going to die as a pupae. So this gives us an extra piece to limit the success of spotted wing Drosophila. I know that Logan talked a lot about exclusion this morning, and so we could certainly look at that as a viable approach. So exclusion netting can limit the amount of flies because we're physically excluding the flies. And the reality is this works really well. That's what you're seeing in this graph here. So that black line, these are the excluded or netted portions, and you're seeing we have less adult flies, we have less larval infestations, less, not none, right? So it's not zero. That's unfortunate because spotted-winged Drosophila, they're a wily bunch. They're still gonna find their way in. So that's what you're seeing here is that we're able to drop that infestation. It's not eliminating it though. So chemical control, and this is where I have to get into my first and only disclaimer, hopefully of this presentation, which is I'm Ohio-centric. In Ohio, we refer to high tunnels, to my current knowledge, as greenhouses. So that changes what types of insecticides we have available to us. So with that in mind, if we're looking to manage spotted-winged Drosophila in high tunnels in Ohio, Michigan I know is different, Indiana might also be different. These are some of the options that we could choose. So the piece that I want to point out here, this is the efficacy of these different products. These are the different products themselves and the classes. We've got some nice synthetic compounds here that have really, really good efficacy against spotted-winged Drosophila. But let's say you want biopesticides or organic, you can also look at some of these biopesticides or OMRI-approved insecticides to control spotted-winged Drosophila. Know that in trust, that Group 5 insecticide performs the best for controlling spotted-winged Drosophila organically. One kind of side note, and maybe this is somewhat of a side quest, but I think it's an important thing to keep in mind because because we're covering the environment, we have to be thoughtful of how that's going to impact other things like the residues. And so they've done a lot of studies showcasing that we are seeing that these insecticides are degrading slower in the high tunnel environment. It's a pro, it's a con. I guess it depends on your perspective. Maybe you're getting better control, but maybe we're having issues when we're thinking about making that product ready for the customer too. If you are looking to primarily use insecticides or just using insecticides generally to manage spotted-winged Drosophila, rotate, rotate, rotate. I mentioned that in the first kind of little part with, okay, this is 2.7 million flies in a month. When we think about how many generations this bug can go through, you need to make sure that you're rotating your classes. So you're limiting the likelihood of insecticide resistance because Drosophilids are very good at this type of thing. Parasitoids, coming hopefully to a farm near us soon. This is the Samba wasp. It's a Ganaspis wasp. It's a solitary larval parasitoid. It's actually going to stick its ovipositor through that fruit, sting the larva hanging out underneath there, and that's what's going to reduce the populations. This has actually been shown to be fairly effective in lab trials. It is approved for release now in the United States, so they're going and releasing this wasp everywhere. It's very much a, you get a parasitoid situation right now. So this will probably be something that we're going to see in Ohio in the coming years, hopefully. And I kind of want to take a different approach than I normally do when I'm trying to summarize all this information. And I think when we're talking about a pest that is as formidable as spotted-winged Drosophila, we really need to think about how we are dropping or how we are minimizing success of this pest. So if we do nothing, that's what it looks like. We're way above a management threshold. We're having lots of issues having to deal with this pest. We have no marketable fruit, hypothetically. Well, let's say we're adding in pruning and some weed fabric. Now we're dropping it. Okay, let's also add in timely harvest. We're gonna harvest a little bit more frequently. Once again, we're dropping that population. And now we're in a situation where maybe we can just apply insecticides as needed once we're able to add these pieces together to come up with a really robust and effective program for spotted-winged Drosophila control. So to summarize, prune and trellis to reduce the humidity if possible. You can use weed fabric that also can help limit the pupation. Utilize exclusion netting if that's an option. Rotate insecticides should you choose to use insecticides to manage spotted-winged Drosophila. Harvest as frequently as possible. And then, I'm not gonna lie to you all, I always put this at the end of every single spotted-winged Drosophila talk. make sure you you wanna grow this fruit. Because when I was working in Michigan, I had people decide, I don't want to do fall bearing fruit anymore because spotted wing Drosophila is too much of a problem. It's too much of a headache. I'm gonna move my season up a little bit. And I'm gonna drop the amount of infestation I'm having to deal with, maybe even escape it altogether. Not saying you get rid of your crop or anything like that, but know that this is a serious pest. It's very tricky to manage. Fortunately, we're in a position now, after many researchers have been given lots and lots of money to research this, we now kind of have enough resources to cultivate a real IPM program. But it's hard, I'm not gonna lie about that. All right, so normally I stop and ask questions, but knowing that's probably a really bad idea, right, in this situation? Yeah, okay, I'll keep going. I can imagine that could be tricky, but all right, so hopefully I'll go quickly through this so we have time for questions. So next I want to talk about mites, aphids. Hopefully this is relevant to you all, mites and aphids maybe? Okay, all right, good. And these tend to be really problematic pests in high tunnels. As you can see from the survey, I actually shared this last year at the workshop as well. This typically, mites and aphids are the top two pests that people say that they really struggle with in high tunnel production. And so I really want to zoom in on these two, talk about how to identify them and some management approaches. And really I'm going to focus in on beneficial insects and different insecticide options we might have available. So why are these pests so successful in high tunnels? They're successful because the conditions are really good in high tunnels for them to explode. And it's kind of an interesting situation because when we talk about aphids and mites in the field, a lot of times we associate them with secondary pest outbreaks. Oh, well, it's because we sprayed too much pyrethroid, or oh, well, this happened. Well, it's not that for high tunnels. It's actually kind of a flip-flop because what we're seeing is really hot, dry conditions. We're seeing maybe a limitation of the biological control to get at these problematic pests. And then our pesticide options might also be limited as well. And before I go ahead and continue, I got to shout out Dr. Laura Ingwell, who's at Purdue University. She's running a really large SCRI grant that's aimed at high tunnel pest management. And so she's working with these pests, working with urban high tunnel producers in addition to rural high tunnel producers to come up with different pest management strategies. So strongly suggest if this is something that you struggle with, look for her resources online. They're very, very useful. So what to expect, when to scout or how to scout, and then different management options with these two bugs. So first focused in on aphids. Aphids tend to be very context dependent. So there are scenarios where you see that it becomes very problematic. Aphids become very problematic because, well, we were dealing with this other pest. We were primarily using pyrethroids or a broad spectrum, and now we walk in and aphids become a big issue. So you can deal with some different contexts that you have to be thoughtful of. And we have studies now, they don't leave. Even when it gets really cold, we can still have aphids on those leafy greens hanging out in the high tunnels over the course of the season. So that means that we could be contending with a pretty significant infestation once we see that season start to warm up. Colonies, when you're scouting, you want to look underneath the leaf, and if you get these kind of the curled foliage, the curled tissue, that indicates most likely that you have an infestation. If you happen to have black plastic in your high tunnel and you see some shiny spots on that black plastic, it could be honeydew. So you want to check those spots as well. So make sure you're scouting regularly to keep up with these infestations. So once again, these are Ohio-specific recommendations, but here are some different products that you might consider to manage aphids over the course of the season. And I did want to point out the comment section here, which is I have some insecticides noted that disrupt beneficial insects that are bolded, and then I have a product like Aria, which is considered softer. It has a softer chemistry. Why do I want to talk about the selectivity or the spectrum of an insecticide? It's because we really, really want to make sure that we're promoting the natural enemies, because natural enemies can do a good job at keeping some of these pest populations in check if we let them. You can buy your own natural enemies, which are shown here. That's one of the studies that they're doing at Purdue, is looking at how you can kind of marry these different things together to get a resilient pest control. So it's not just something that you have to go in and constantly manage. It's a kind of set it and forget it. And know that there are additional things you can do outside of the context of that high tunnel that might help promote the beneficial insects. So in this case, what you're seeing is, this is a study that was conducted at the University of Vermont, where they have this sweet alyssum planting, and they did a selection of all these different types of insectary plantings to bring those natural enemies in to provide control within the high tunnel. And what they saw is that the sweet alyssum was the best. You might ask, Ashley, why do I care about natural enemies? And that's where hopefully this video will play, or it will crash. So this is
with its host, she stabs her ovipositor into the aphid to deposit an egg.
Okay, well. Anyways, all you're trying to see here is the parasitoid wasp, which is going ahead and taking out some of these aphids here. So if we can encourage this really, violent lady into our high tunnels, like that's a good thing. And so the sweet alyssum planting can help bring these kind of animals into our high tunnels so that we're getting better control of some of our aphids. So by the way, if you want fun watching, there's a lot of really cool natural enemy videos on YouTube. All right, let's see if I can get back. Oh no! I broke it. How do I do this? Escape? Okay, all right, now let's talk about mites. So mites can also be a big issue in high tunnel production, hot, dry conditions, unchecked population growth. And they're hard to scout for. They're just like these, sometimes you can't even see them until you get, outbreaks and bronzing. And the populations have already exploded because we see this rapid population growth. But there's some things that you can key in on. First is this kind of webbing underneath the leaves. If you're growing cucurbits in your high tunnels, if you see webbing in the crown, a lot of times that's a really good indication that we need to take action and do something about that population. And if you look really closely, if you hang out with me, I'll give you a free hand lens. I'll give you a free jeweler's loupe. I hand them out to everybody. If you ever want one, I've got a whole bag of them. And you can look at the mites hanging out underneath the leaves. So you will also see this kind of bronzing or yellowing of the leaves. And you'll see this stippling. That's what you'll always see as the description for mite infestation, stippling of leaves, the bronzing of leaves. Why do we see this? It's because of this mouth part here. That is the mite mouth part. So that's what's causing that piercing damage that we see on the leaf tissue. And that's a two-spotted spider mite up close. It's hairier than I would have expected. For pesticide options, we have actually a good number of options that we can apply in Ohio. So miticides, they're exciting from an entomologist perspective because they're really challenging, because you kind of have to position things. It's a little bit of a chess game that you're playing. So you want to think about what products to apply early on in the season to slow development. So that's where we might be looking at those products that really target the eggs. So that's where we want to slow that developmental growth. And then later in the season, we can talk about managing the adults. However, to make this extra, I'll continue on with that. So we might think about something like this, where we've got these different applications depending on how bad our infestation is, where we're rotating our miticides, and we're also hopefully positioning some of these products that control the larval or adult populations early on in the season and then adults later on. But to add complexity to this, we also know that these miticides have differing impact on the beneficial insect community. So the ones in green have a lower impact, the one in red has the highest impact. So again, then we want to think about, all right, we probably want to put the ones that are more green towards the front of the season because we want to conserve those natural enemies so that we can continue to rely on them to give that free pest control. Once again, we have products available We have predatory mites that we can release within these high tunnels to help increase the mite control, the mite biocontrol as well. So with that, to conclude, when we're talking about aphids and mites, I'm always going to recommend that make sure you're scouting, you know what you're identifying, and then mounting a response to that specific pest, whether it's a specific insecticide, whether you're thinking about releasing a natural enemy, and then scouting early, often, and then being selective with your management approach. And with that, hopefully, I have enough time for questions. Okay, yes.
Real quick question
Yes.
about the flies. When do they lay their eggs in the raspberries? When there's, after they are not green or they start to get soft?
Yep, right when they start to get soft. So right when we want to eat them is when they also want to.
So it's
Yep.
hard to
Yep.
pick them not knowing they have eggs.
Yeah, yep, exactly. And that happens, one of the approaches, so let's say that you're harvesting your fruit and you go, it probably has some larvae in here, which I've eaten so many spotted winged Drosophila larvae. I'm mostly spotted winged Drosophila, no, I'm just kidding. But you can just stick them in the freezer, or the kind of, I shouldn't say freezer, but stick them in the cooler, and that will slow down development, and a lot of times you won't have infestations that are problematic. Yes.
Who, if anyone's doing research on my friend the spotted lanternfly?
Okay.
The
Yes.
cousin of the spotted.
Yeah. Why is everything invasive spotted? No. So, and I apologize, I did not recite the question. I was supposed to do that. So the question is, who is doing research on spotted lanternfly? And I would say, just about everybody. No, I'm just kidding. As an entomologist, it does feel like everybody's working on spotted lanternfly right now. I am working on spotted lanternfly in Ohio. We don't have active infestations that are causing issues in specialty crops. We do have a number of cities, residential areas that have really large infestations, but in terms of like grape production, we don't have large infestations that need to be managed. Yeah, I know. I know it's impending doom a little bit. We actually have a network that we go and detect for eDNA and stuff like that. But I'll say others in the mid-Atlantic region primarily are doing a lot of research on spotted lanternfly. In terms of what crops are going to be impacted, what does the host plant matter with the tree of heaven, for example. So I was just sitting in on a spotted lanternfly summit yesterday. So there's lots of active research on that.
Actually, it looks like you have a question from our Michigan site in terms of controlling aphids, organic and conventional. We also have a question from Piketon. After you answer this.
Does Piketon want to go?
Well, Chris, Michigan was kind of us.
Okay. Yep. So the question is, what do we recommend for aphids in the winter, organic and conventional? So is the question regarding pesticides, insecticides in particular?
Any control practices specifically in the winter?
Specifically in the winter, I think the one thing I would definitely prioritize is scouting, because depending on your situation, actually reading some of Laura's work that she's done at Purdue University, they find that sometimes the infestations don't warrant management. So I would definitely make sure that you're abiding by some level of, whatever thresholds you're comfortable with. A lot of times I use just percentage thresholds for example, leafy greens. And that would be another follow-up question, is depending on the crop, that's going to alter what types of options you have, for example, with biopesticide or organic products in addition to conventional products. But fortunately, since the question's coming from Michigan, you guys can apply the the normal field insecticides in high tunnels, because I believe, at least as I understand it, the definition is that still counts. Do you have any comments on that? This is not my. Okay, Piketon?
Actually, you talked about the microclimate manipulation, and that the dry climate in the microtunnel increases the chances of the mites and long cane raspberry production. If you were to use water or misting on those, would that decrease your mite populations?
So for mites, so you're getting kind of like the opposite. So typically, what's going to happen with another reason why mites and aphids and thrips are successful in high tunnels, but might not be as successful in field conditions, does have to do with water. Because a lot of times water can be somewhat of an enemy to those individuals. But it's the exact opposite for spotted wing Drosophila. Spotted wing Drosophila wants that humidity, and that's going to actually help them succeed. I hope I answered your question and I understood it.
Yes. That was follow-up is then, are you going to be more susceptible to SWD? Yes.
Yeah, so that if it reduces, if a misting or rinsing kind of reduces to spotted spider mite, would that cause the SWD to go up, the population?
It's possible. I mean, again, it's one of those, you know, with spotted wing Drosophila programming right now, it's iterative. So like, what can you subtract out, you know, and what can you know, maybe so let's say you want to do misting. Well, then maybe if you have the capacity to do more rapid harvest, or maybe you're open to doing the weed fabric. So I don't think it's, oh, well, now you're going to be dealing with a big problem. It's maybe thinking about what else you could put into that system to help limit the success of SWD.
Yeah, we kind of wanted to beat it pretty good. We were thinking about installing kind of a misting line toward the bottom 1/3 and to wash off the two spotted spider mites, and so they will not get a chance to crawl up.
Right.
So
this is Richmond, Indiana, and Benjamin. I have a question, and we know the spider mites overwinter in the tunnel. Do you have recommendations of cleaning the tunnel or the staffs inside of the tunnel, like roll covers, etc., in the off season to help reduce that population in the next season?
I don't have great recommendations for that. I feel like it's the same kind of thing that I would at least posit with like the aphids, is that if you have plant growth occurring, then you can kind of continue that infestation. And if you're allowed to interrupt that in any potential way, that's going to benefit you. And especially if you're able to create a situation where it's more, you know, not as hospitable to the mite population, then that would also be a benefit. But I have to be frank with you, I would defer to Laura on that one. That question.
Thanks.
Laura Ingwell.
This might be kind of toward the end for some sites. I wonder whether you guys have last minute questions for people like us. I think Indiana sites, you guys will have a regulatory update, and then Ohio folks and some of us might take an optional high tunnel tour. Whether that would be in Piketon we do, I'm not sure about other sites. So make sure you complete your evaluations and give them to your local hosting site, local hosts. Maybe we'll take one or two more questions, and then maybe we could call that a day for Ohio and Michigan sites.
Does Chris have a question from Michigan?
Going with your regulatory updates.
Yeah, we have one.
Is it true that the healthier the plant is, the less likely for your plant to get attacked by any type of pathogen or an insect?
I have no idea what you said.
So it was the question that the healthier the plant is, the less likely it is to be attacked by a phytoplasma or insect. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So it depends on, so if we back up, the way that a insect pest interacts with the plant is dependent on like the pest. So for example, thrips and aphids have no problem going after healthy tissue. They might even prefer a healthy plant, But then you can have other insect pests like mites that actually would prefer a stressed out plant. So you can kind of get differing pest situations depending on the health of your crop. If I'm understanding your question correctly.
That's great, thank you.
Any other questions?
We are
We
good
had-
on the Richmond side. Thank you so much for organizing this. We will log off on our side.
Okay, hey, thanks a lot, everybody. This is our first attempt to do the simulcasting, so we're still learning about this.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Yeah, thanks for looking too.
yeah, okay. Yeah, you keep pink and just make sure you sign it. Okay, you got that drill.
Thank you from the Ann Arbor location too. We think all the speakers did a great.
All that practice. So we can use. Yeah, you keep the pink one, I keep. So we'll have a high turtle score, so you can have one of the clear. We have strawberries in there, so you kind of need. We'll be coming back here, right? Yeah, so we will, let's see, so just get the restroom and then we'll get on it.